Serious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungana Movie, and this is Radio Generation. The People's Breakfast is where we are at right now, starting from right now all the way till 10 in the a.m. My name is Mungana Movie, and of course, City Muga is in the studio. We shall be having a lot of conversations, several ones actually, discussing several issues that are plaguing the country and several issues that perhaps are of great importance to you. So what does that mean? It means that we appreciate your audience, and we also appreciate your contribution to our conversations. You can do that via social media pages, that is at Radio Gen KE across all social media spaces, and you can also find us on YouTube at Radio Generation Kenya. You can also log on to www.radiogeneration.co.ke. City, I see you're dancing to my voice. Good morning.
Yes, I'm actually the rhythm
of the www.rgk.co.ke. You can also find us on Facebook at Radio Generation Kenya.
Ndio hiyo ndio rhythm.
Absolutely awesome. Uko namna gani?
Nashukuru baba, niko mzima. Yes.
Ulikuwa nimekuacha kule ukiongea na wenzetu ukiwaambia the importance of sleep. Ukiwaambia ya kwamba ni muhimu sana kukuwa na rhythm fulani ya kulala na kuamka, kukula, kwenda shughuli zako.
It's very strange. See, it's very strange.
Yes.
You read about it, but it's only when you put it to practice that you realize how important it is.
Yes.
Aki, we like rhythms.
We do.
Our bodies like rhythms.
Yes.
And when you break the rhythm, you interfere with a great deal.
Yes.
So your system too, najua, this happens at this time. Your body thanks you for it.
True.
So you actually find, for instance, what people call the body clock. Like
circadian rhythm.
Yes. You see, I don't have an alarm clock. But I
like for real.
For real, I don't wake up with an alarm clock.
Okay, so you've not set any alarms?
No, but 5 to 2, 10 past 2, quarter to 2, 2-ish.
Yes.
I'm awake.
Well, that's safe. You know why I'm saying it's safe? Because you have plenty of time. Even if you will not wake up at 2 on the dot, if you wake up at 2:30, you still have time to prepare.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, but for someone who needs to be at the office at 6, let's say, and they're supposed to wake up at 4 so they can have enough time for breakfast, showering, going to the toilet, whatever it is, so they can leave the house at 5. If that person happens by mistake that day, tuseme tu Mungu ameamua huyu jamaa amke 5:22,
done. Done.
Ni hivyo.
Yes, that's what they'll have to do. Call in and say they'll be present for the mid-morning show.
Yeah. So if it's me, I just call in and say, ambieni Rania and Lady Mathayo wasikuje. I will do their show.
Yes, afadhali.
Then I just tell City, you proceed.
We mazee endelea tu na hiyo show.
Tricky.
Ukitoka nitakuwa naingia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Personally, I have to set an alarm. Because if I don't, well, I'm going to have a very, very long day. And there's nothing as bad as you wake up, unasikia birds chirping outside, you see it suddenly, you can see the sun, and then you're wondering, hey, leo ni Saturday ama ni Sunday?
Oh, it's very that one. That disorientation,
yes,
often tells you, one, you probably haven't had enough sleep or rest. Let me call it rest. And that's why you're not. When you've rested, bro, you wake up, you're alert.
You feel so alive.
Yes, you know where you are.
You feel energized.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you want to get up and go about your business.
Yeah.
When you're still, the body's telling you, bro, I know we're pushing this thing.
Yes. But
we haven't actually gotten that rhythm yet.
I once got a phone call from my previous employer, the producer of the show that I was working in. And this person was calling me literally 10 minutes to the beginning of the show. 10 minutes.
Why?
Yeah. So ananiuliza, kwani uko happy? Then I'm looking at the phone, I'm thinking, kwani ni saa ngapi? Then I look at the phone, it's 10 minutes to time. Yeah, I jumped out of bed. It's obvious to say I didn't take a shower. Just grabbed my clothes, went straight into the vehicle, and I drove like a madman to town. I got there late, but I was only 30 minutes late.
You know what happens? I think sometimes.
Yeah.
It happens to all of us. We get a little confused sometimes. You know, there's what we imagine we can do, and then there's a reality of what you can do.
Yeah.
You'll be someone having you'll be someone having a good time.
Yes.
Think it's midnight. 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. It's good enough.
Yes.
Where? Where?
Eh?
When it gets to 4 o'clock, is when your body is telling you
Sleep.
yes, shift gears, you're okay.
You're not going anywhere.
Where yes, you just sleep, and it tells you it is okay. You still have time. Even if you open your eyes and say 4, see, you have another 2 hours. Now that disorientation is what you don't need. You need to be waking up and you know your whereabouts. You are clear.
Yeah.
And you want to get out of bed.
Yeah. Today is the 19th day of November 2025. We are celebrating or commemorating or remembering or we are observing World Toilet Day.
It is also World Men's Day.
Is that so? We usually have a day.
19th.
We
most certainly have that day.
Today is World Men's Day.
Right.
We as men have got a day.
We as men have a day.
I know of Mother's Day. I know of Father's Day. I know of International Women's Day. We have a day as men.
We have a day as men.
So what do we do on this day? Amma, what is special about this day as far as men are concerned?
Well, it's actually International Men's Day. Yes, it is. It is. And
I think I've heard of this day before, actually.
Yes.
So what is so special about this day?
Well, what is special about it is very simple. This day was first proposed in the 1990s, and it was successfully inaugurated on November 19th in 1999 in Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh. Ilianzia Trinidad and Tobago.
Huko. So, my friend, the person who actually established this particular International Men's Day, established on 6 pillars. 6.
Sita.
The guy's name was Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh. T-E-E-L-U-C-K, then Singh.
Singh like
Kalasinga.
Like Patel Singh.
Like that.
Like Rajav Kutpit Kilkial Singh.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, these fellows come from Punjab. So ni Punjabi.
Punjabi inakuanga sehemu ya Pakistan, si ndio?
No.
Punjab.
No, it is not. It is in India.
Okay.
Brother.
All right.
It's in India.
Okay.
Yes, just so that you understand. They belong to a community of Sikhs. Remember these islands in the Pacific?
Actually, yes. Punjab is a state in India.
Yes,
state of India.
Yes, it is.
It is a state bordering Pakistan.
It does border Pakistan, but it is in India.
And it is the heart of India's Sikh community.
And you're here, Baba. Yes.
All right.
Sawa?
Let's carry on.
You've got it?
I got it.
So what used to happen is, in the early days, and early days are just 16th, 17th, 18th century, there are many indentured workers who are taken from India to these places to work in plantations. Many of them were Sikhs. It is for that reason that you find with the French, you find Mauritius, Madagascar, where there was French influence. Yes, they were taken there.
Okay. To work as what? Slaves?
Not workers, indentured workers, meaning...
Oh, they were not slaves. They were just, they were hired. Cheap labor.
Cheap labor, but indentured means umeweka break you for a certain number of years you must work.
Yes.
Okay? So essentially just a polite way of saying that you're a slave with a time frame. Umepewa tu hii slavery itaisha wakati fulani.
Iko na expiry date.
Yes, sio kama zile zingine which is into perpetuity, watoto wako pia into perpetuity, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So that is where you find somebody called Tilak Singh. Okay.
From Trinidad and Tobago.
But let me tell you the 6 pillars to promote positive male role models, to celebrate men's positive contributions, to focus on men's health and well-being, to highlight discrimination against men, to improve gender relations, to create a safer, better world. Those are the things that waliweka mbele kusema kwamba sisi tuko hapa na tuko hivi na tuko namna hii. Umeshika hiyo?
Nimeshika.
Right. It's celebrated annually on November the 19th. Okay? And today is November the 19th.
So,
right.
Big shout out to all the men out there. Tunasema ya kwamba International Men's Day ni siku ya leo. Tukishikanishwa na siku ya choo. lakini hatuna shida. I mean, also toilets are very important.
Siku ya msalani.
Ni choo bro.
Msalani.
Choo.
Msalani.
Hata ukienda pale Nairobi City County utaona pameandikwa toilet stroke choo shilingi 10.
Bro, tuko CBD?
Tuko Nairobi town. Tuko Nairobi.
Okay.
County.
So, Msalani.
Sawa. Msalani. Lakini kwa wale wanajua choo basi ni hiyo siku na tunashikanishwa kama wanaume. So we appreciate all men, but also most importantly toilets are very important. You know, we take toilets for granted, eh? And there are very many people who do not have that privilege of using an ablution block like most of us have, whether it's in school, churches, our homes. There are people who actually literally just go to the bush. Yeah, so kama unaweza, kama umetoka sehemu kama hizo, kama uko na kitu, ukirudi ushago, apart from kwenda kuonyesha hiyo gari yako mpya Mercedes, ama kuonyesha Toyota Prado, or showing them that you drive a Range Rover, can you just at least even build an ablution block for your market? Uko ushago, at least keep your county clean, keep your, what are they called? Keep your village clean. Sawa sawa? Haya. Leo tuko bado zile sehemu ulikuwa umetupeleka juzi na jana, na ile siku nyingine
Mauritania ile
Sahel region kule.
The Islamic Republic
of Mauritania.
Yes, you know, one of the things that marks Africa,
yes,
as unique, Southeast Asia has had that distinction as well. They've had periods of their history where the leadership were from the military. Mauritania is one such place. Let me talk about something a little more interesting and positive.
Okay.
It's a country rich in mineral resources. Iron ore comprises 50% of the export of that particular country. Okay? But because it is an island nation, they also have a very, very strong fishing community and a very strong fishing industry. It also has gas reserves and oil reserves. Wajua gas na oil inakujaga pamoja.
Yeah.
Oil ikipatikana,
gas lazima iko hapo karibu.
Bas. Right. It is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the west.
Yes.
Western Sahara to the north. Algeria to the northeast. Mali to the east, southeast. Senegal to the southwest. Isn't it amazing?
It is actually amazing.
Right. Sasa tuangalie proverb.
Tuangalie proverb ya. Yeah. Naam. Wanasema aje watu wa proverb?
Wanasema too large a morsel chokes the child.
Too large a morsel chokes the child. Usimpatie chakula kingi.
Bwana we.
Mpatie tu kadogo.
Bwana we.
Ndiye aweze kutafuna, aweze kumeza, asinyongwe.
Kabisa.
Okay. Also wahenga wa huko kutoka huko uzunguni ama Uingereza walisema ya kwamba don't bite more than you can chew.
Walijua. Tafuna kile unachoweza kumeza. Ama
uume kile unaweza tafuna. Sababu kama unaweza kukitafuna ni kumaanisha unaweza kimeza.
Lakini pia ni lazima uitafune kabisa kwa sababu mara nyingi unaimeza kabla hujaitafuna kiasi.
Do you know there's actually a whole science stroke art of how you should bite and chew your food for easier digestion and also to avoid swallowing too much gas, because if you take those in the wrong combination, tumbo yako inajaa gas and hence you keep on belching and of course kutoka kule sehemu ya nyuma unaachilia hewa nyingi, una break the wind kama vinyo wazungu wanasema. Kwa hivyo ukitaka you can check out if you're always having trouble by this swallowing your food, it's because perhaps you're doing it wrong. Yes, there's actually a way of biting, chewing and swallowing your food.
Right.
Let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what's making headlines. And we'll start with this one. It has been posted by one Tanya Wanjiku about a minute ago. And it's about the 6 people who've been held for 21 days over South B attempted burglary. Did you see that video? Yeah.
Unfortunately, sir, I rely on you to tell me such things. Tell me about the video.
DCI walikuwa na trailer ama jamaa. These guys were driving some sort of they were in a vehicle. Then when it's like they were planning to rob a certain location, a place or whatever. So DCI suddenly wakawatokea,
pounced on them.
Wakatoa mabunduki zao, kawaambia tokeni kwa gari, lala chini. and then they were searched, arrested, and now they're here being arraigned in court. They are actually very lucky that this did not end up being a shootout between them and the cops, because we know that when you go head to head with DCI,
you're dead.
You are the one who dies.
Oh, you're quite dead.
So if you see the video, it's actually somewhere in our office WhatsApp group. In case you don't, if you haven't seen it, I'll forward it to you. But most importantly, it also is on our website. You can check it out.
And the individuals, in my opinion, are young, are they not?
I'm not sure of their age, because from the video you really couldn't tell their age. But yeah, I mean, they are obviously perhaps in their 20s, 30s, 40s maximum. Yeah,
40s is old for that career. Yes.
But they wait. I saw the I saw a video on one of the news channels. They are of Tanzanian national. There was one Indian, one
Kenyan of Indian heritage.
I'm not sure whether he's of Kenyan heritage,
but clearly Indian.
For sure, alikuanga Muindi. And actually, one of the victims who's been robbed before is a Kenyan Indian who came out and said, I've met these folks before. They robbed me. So he was coming to actually confirm that, yes, these are the folks who've robbed me. So in case you recover any goodies, mujue zangu zinaweza kuwa among those.
Kama ile watch ya gold yangu.
Iko na mpaka receipt.
Yes.
And Patel always have got a receipt. No matter what happens, they've always got a receipt. So one of these guys came out and said, yes, I know these folks. So let's read this for a minute. Authorities have secured a 21-day detention order for 6 suspects accused of attempting to break into a house in South B earlier this month. The suspects were apprehended on November 16th at Jakim Estate after allegedly targeting a residence while the homeowner, Kuldeep Bansal, another Indian, was away and the caretaker was attending Sunday service. Investigators reported that the group drove a Nissan X-Trail into the estate and ignored a security guard's order to stop at the main gate before moving towards the house. Yeah, this was their undoing. The guard promptly alerted the estate chairman who contacted the police, leading to the arrest of the 6 suspects. Police recovered several items believed to be intended for burglary, including a set of master keys, claw bars, spanners, reflective jackets, and multiple vehicle number plates. During a hearing at Makadara Law Courts on Tuesday, lead investigator Michael Kokani filed an affidavit requesting the 21-day detention, noting that more time is needed to conclude investigations before the matter is presented in court. Yeah, investigators also told the court that the 6 were linked to similar burglary reports in other parts of the country, labeling them as persons of interest in a larger criminal network. So kulikuanga na Mtanzania pale, ni venye hii story jasema, kulikuanga na Wakenya kadhaa na kulikuanga na Mhindi mmoja.
So essentially we are saying that this was an international criminal ring.
We could say that, yes.
Okay.
Or maybe all of them were, even that Tanzanian maybe was a Kenyan Tanzanian or whatever. But clearly you could tell that these folks, they were not even fazed by this whole situation. Or maybe perhaps it's because
they were in shock.
But kuna watu, acha niseme hivi tu kwa ukweli, yani, because lazima ukweli usemwe. I have never ever heard in my entire life of a Kenyan Indian being a thug in this country. Maybe they are unscrupulous or criminals in other ways, but not this armed burglary kind of way. Where you imagine, you can meet a Kenyan Somali akwambie leta whatever utampatia. It wouldn't shock you. You can meet a Kenyan what? They're just black people. You can meet black people and they'll tell you leta vitu zako na utawapatia. But I have never ever imagined in my entire life I would encounter a Kenyan or a person of Indian descent robbing me at gunpoint or in my house, broken into, anazunguko ndani na torch. I would probably expect a Wafula, a Kimani, a Motiso, a Lemayan, but not a Patel. So this one, I'm interested to see how this case will go.
Yes. Growth industry, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's another video that did rounds earlier this year of another person of Asian descent. I'm not sure which country this was, but you could clearly see he's from probably somewhere uko to Asia. It could be China, it could be
okay,
Japan,
Asia, tuache hapo.
No, I'm trying to be specific. Because I'm
you're all over the place. So you're specifically being all over the place. China, Japan, Southeast Asia.
So anyway, this gentleman,
yes, from all these places,
was alikuwa amezingirwa na this mob. Why? Because he had sold them a fake phone, and it was somewhere here in Kenya.
Sold them Nairobi. A fake phone.
Yes.
What is a fake phone?
So there's this con where someone shows you a legit phone, like let's say an iPhone. They show you, they tell you, so these are the features. Get this phone for maybe 50,000 shillings. So this person was selling the phone at 20,000, at around 20,000. Akaambia the unsuspecting victim buy the phone. So the guy decided, I like this phone, and because of this person, of this orientation, hakai ni kama ni mwizi, wacha ninunue simu. Kumbe jamaa ameenda akaswap hiyo simu with now a fake phone that doesn't work, doesn't have any features, doesn't even come on. Kamwambia shika. And somehow that guy started walking away. So now the suspect, and then the victim walked away happy that he had bought a very nice expensive phone for a cheap price. Then a few minutes later he realized, ngoja kitu si haiwaki, mbona ifanyi kazi na jamaa akaita mabesti wake. He was a nduthi guy. He called his friends. Ebu, let's follow that gentleman. He has just sold me a fake phone. And they started taking a video. They slapped this guy around. They slapped that person around until akaanza kulia. Na akaanza kuongea hiyo lugha yake ya mama yake. Akimwambia, okay, just give me a few minutes. Let me sort this out. I will give you back your money. So I was wondering, but you just exchanged that money a few minutes ago. So I think he wanted to retain the money until help arrives. Because he knew the moment he gives out this money, anachomwa. So he told him, wait 1 minute, I'm giving you your money. Someone is bringing it. Yeah, so I don't know how that story ended because the video never got to that conclusion. But huyo jamaa alitandikwa a good one. Yeah.
But even him, you call someone and then he's just walking away. It didn't occur to him that perhaps it would have been in interest to have gotten onto a motorbike and sped away.
Yeah.
This guy was a thief in training.
Huyu jamani kama hakuwa anaelewa pia also Kenya how it works. And he ran and hid into a butchery. I was like, unajua hapo kwa butchery kuna wanga na visu
vingi.
Yeah. Juzi mtaani kwetu tu, as I go to the next story, I met another person selling me. He was hawking some products. I think he was hawking phone protector, chargers. Again, someone of Asian descent. And I'm like, hii hustle imeanza kukua serious. We are competing with foreigners now. You'd expect that to be sold by the usual Kamaus and Masais and other people. And then I find this Asian selling me these things in my streets, huku mtaani. I was like, okay. Let's check out this one about football. Oh, by the way, Kenya jana tulitandikwa 8-0. Did you happen to see the game? We were playing against Senegal. In their turf, they beat us 8-0. So FKF president apologizes to Kenya.
That was football.
Yeah. FKF president apologizes as Kenya suffers crushing 8-0 defeat to Senegal. Why is he apologizing? See, it's a game. People win, people lose.
8 is a bit many.
8-0. Sadio Mane scored 3
Who's Sadio Mane?
Sadio Mane is a Senegalese player, but he plays for Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia, next to Cristiano Ronaldo.
If we lost 8-0, that tells us clearly where we are when it comes to football. So now we should gird up our loins and get back to the drawing board again, isn't it?
Acha tusikie hapa wanasema nini. Kenya's national football team faced a devastating setback as Harambee Stars went down 8-0 to Senegal in a friendly match on Tuesday. From the first whistle...
Friendly?
Yeah, it was a friendly match.
Oh, there was no cup being won?
No. It was just a friendly. It was.
And we were playing Senegal?
We were playing Senegal.
Then we let them win. That one I understand.
No, we didn't let them win. Bro, we lost.
We let them win, Chief.
Do you know how many goals they scored in the first half?
6.
Within 45 minutes, they scored 6.
Yes.
Yeah. That's how bad this game was.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you, we let them. When you don't understand these things.
Kenya's national football team faced a devastating setback as Harambee Stars went down 8-0 to Senegal in a friendly match on Tuesday. From the first whistle, the Lions of Teranga dominated possession and created scoring chances almost at will, leaving Kenya struggling to keep pace at the Madan Stadium. By halftime, Senegal had already scored 6 goals, effectively ending any hope of a competitive contest. The second half saw the former African champions add 2 more goals, completing a humiliating victory that exposed cracks across Kenya's defensive midfield and attacking setups.
We were being polite to our hosts, for heaven's sake.
Actually, we played in Turkey, but yes, they were hosting us in Turkey.
The game was in Turkey?
Yes, it was in Antalya, Turkey.
You know, you must give me correct information. Then indeed we lost 8-0. I thought they were playing in Cameroon.
No.
Sorry,
in Senegal. No. We were playing in Turkey, but for them that was their home pitch, home field. Yeah?
I don't understand.
It's a long story. The point is they were hosting us in Turkey.
Chief, I know the story. We lost the game.
So anyway, why did the FKF apologize? Following the defeat, FKF President Hussein Mohammed openly admitted the team's performance was unacceptable. Truth be told, he said, today is a bad day in the office. The results from today's games are a wake-up call to us. To play and compete against the best in the world requires deliberate investment in a serious and professional technical team and player development programs, he said. He further committed to taking steps to prevent a repeat of such results, stressing that accountability starts from the top. We have no excuses. I apologize for these results. We shall fix it. We will review our policies, operational procedures, and key performance indicators of all staff, starting from the grassroots and working our way.
What is this person talking about?
To all national teams, Hussein Mohammed added. So, well, he's saying that he's admitting in my from where I sit, he's admitting that they probably were not well equipped.
Must he be so long-winded about it? We lost. Why did we lose?
But we shouldn't have lost 8-0, Mazi. At the very least, we should have had. If we can't attack, let's have some sort of defense.
Look. 8-0. I've seen international games where people lose by some colossal. There was a World Cup played in Brazil. The German team thrashed the Brazilian team. Thrashed. Okay? Almost like a cricket score. I'm exaggerating, of course. So I'm saying there are bad days at the office.
Yes, there are bad days at the office, but it looks like we are having bad days every other day.
Yeah, that'll change the time.
Yesterday, Spain played Turkey. Spain walikuwa nyumbani. Wali draw na Turkey 1-1. Brazil played Tunisia. Brazil walikuwa nyumbani. They drew. I think, no, Spain and Turkey walitoka 2-2. Brazil and Tunisia walitoka 1-1. Okay? Now, Tunisia is a very good team. It's a big team, if I may call them that. Turkey also si watu wa kuchezewa. Spain ni watu wa noma. Okay? Brazil tunajua ni watu wa noma. Huko ndiko akina Ronaldinho na akina Neymar wametoka. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because of one reason and one reason alone. Those countries have invested heavily. Yes, they have invested heavily in their teams. And that is why their teams are able to play the way they play. From the talent that they acquire, to making sure that the talent is well paid, to making sure that the talent is comfortable.
Bless you.
Thank you. To making sure the talent is well compensated, right? Because you see...
Bless you again.
At the end of the day, I don't know who was saying this. Nani tuliongea naye, nilikuwa naongea naye. Akasema at the end of the day, utamu wa kufanya kazi ni mshahara. At the end of the day, ukifanya kazi and as much as you're passionate about it and talented about it, at the end of the day, once you've done all that, once you've sweat, whether it's blood and others, at the end of the day, what you're happy about is the bank balance at the end of the day. Boxers, wrestlers, they go there and they get punched and they punch their opponents. They bleed. But what makes it all worth it? The money. Are we paying our players well? I don't know. Are we paying our coaches well? I don't know. Are we compensating them well for their time? Are we making them comfortable? I don't know.
Is this the first time we have a national football team?
No, we've had
Is this the first time we are competing in the international arena?
No.
So there's nothing that we're dealing with here that we shouldn't have understood. Okay? So, Ebu, badilisha hiyo story tuongee mambo ingine.
Actually, tunaenda kwa traffic.
Then let's go to traffic.
Lakini, acha nikwambie kitu moja City. As much as FKF president anasema Kenya anasema wasipolipa watu vizuri na wasipo get the right talent, tutashinda hapa tukisema the same thing over and over again. Here's the traffic. Ngong Road looking good at this particular hour. No problems whatsoever. Kibera naona mko sawa, mna complaints. Southern Bypass as well, muko fiti. Mombasa Road not looking bad at this particular point in time. Lusaka Road, Enterprise Road also looking good. Likoni Road, no complaints. If I may just zoom out and check out Thika Superhighway. Thika Superhighway is good up until the time where you get to Muthaiga Square, and then everything just becomes a mess. But after that, things seem to be moving a little bit. Kirudi nyuma kidogo, this is still on Thika Superhighway. There's a place called the stretch between now where is this? Surely I really can't see any places I can talk about here. I can pinpoint and tell you where exactly this traffic is, but there's some car traffic somewhere around Pefa Church, Thika Road. Yeah, and then uko side za Mwihoko naona mna shida yoyote. Githurai, no problems. Eastern Bypass also looking good at this particular hour. Mombasa Road also looking good, no complaints whatsoever. If something changes and you think I should know about it, well, you know where to find me. I'll let a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
The Daily Nation says Gachagua, Kalonzo in bid to change 2027 poll rules. Number one, this is what they are proposing. IBC must gazette all polling stations at least 6 months before elections to curb ghost stations and ensure transparency. IBC must publish and avail the final voter register 3 months before elections to allow scrutiny and prevent irregularities. And then number 3, IBC be prohibited from retallying or altering presidential results at the National Tallying Center after constituency declarations. And then 4, IBC must reconcile all ballots used, spoiled, and unused at polling stations before transmitting results to prevent discrepancies. And then IBC to design a result transmission system where consistency declarations are final and reconciliation precedes electronic result submission. Yeah, so that's all about voting day. And they're calling this leveling the play field. Cybercrimes law is defective, state agency tells Ruto. Pressure is mounting on President William Ruto to reconsider contentious provisions of the controversial Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. This is according to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which termed the new law legally defective. Then there's a situation here on transport. You'll now pay higher fares as digital taxi drivers get the nod to effect new rates. Digital taxi app owners told to align their rates with the pricing advisory the Automobile Association of Kenya issued in 2023 within a week. In education, OU versus Sosion, fresh battle for Nat amid ex-boss eligibility question. Stories on page 10. And on crime, the online lover that online lover could be plotting to steal from you. Yeah, that's on the Daily Nation front page. Kenya's medal tally rises as more expected today. Kimani snatches surprise bronze after 2 competitors disqualified over wrong shoes. This is at the Tokyo 2025 Summer Deaflympics in Tokyo. All right.
Deaflympics.
Okay. Yeah, so hiyo iko katika back page. Trump and FIFA agree to make process of getting visas for World Cup easy. Again, story is on the back page of the Daily Nation. Lastly, on the Standard, slave trade billions. Kenya's labor migration boom has morphed into a political goldmine for the country's most vulnerable women. It has become a conveyor belt for abuse, betrayal, and state-enabled exploitation. An investigation reveals how President William Ruto's government, instead of protecting domestic workers brutalized in Saudi Arabia, has aligned itself with a lucrative staffing industry rife with political ownership, conflicts of interest, and gutted worker safeguards, with the First Family's insurance firm at the heart of the business. You can check this out on the front page of the Standard. Lastly, at the back, Wangari adds to Kenya's medal tally, eyes more Deaflympics glory. Check this out on the back page. Trump unveils fast-track visas for World Cup ticket holders. If you're planning to go watch the World Cup in America, it's probably going to be very easy for you to get a visa. Over to you, City.
Right. The Business Daily, reprieve for Nairobi hospital in 208 million row with ex-CEO. The Nairobi hospital has been handed a reprieve by the Labour Relations Court in a 208.3 million employment dispute with former CEO Dr. Alan Pamba. Kenya Power's women, right, this one should be interesting. Youth tender award jumped to 3.5 billion. Kenya Power awarded contracts valued at 3.5 billion to youth, women, and disabled persons in the year June 2025, marking an over four-fold increase from the 614 million issued a year earlier. CBK under pressure to hold more dollar on rising imports. The Central Bank of Kenya must hold at least 1.17 trillion, that is $9.1 billion in hard currency reserves to meet its requirements of keeping at least 4 months of the country's import requirements as orders for goods from abroad rise. We're heading towards this festive season, and yes, people will be importing things. Festive seasons seems to be synonymous with spending season. All right, counties with worst uptake of insurance. Nairobi, Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, and Kirinyaga counties top the list of regions with the highest insurance uptake, as Kisumu, Siaya, and Meru sit at the bottom of the access ladder. And the story continues. Bang in the middle of the paper, MPs order regulator to increase power prices. This one should tickle you quite a little bit. New charges to help recover rural electrification debt. EPRA Chief Executive terms directive unfair to consumers. Aha! Kenyans face steep electricity bills in the wake of a push by Parliament to have consumers pay higher charges to enable Kenya Power to recover billions of shillings spent on the rural electrification projects. The National Assembly Committee on Energy wants the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, to introduce through the monthly bills pass-through costs from July 2026 to help Kenya Power recover billions it spent on building and maintaining the rural electricity grid. The Treasury is expected to reimburse Kenya Power for grid expenses in a rural setting where the uptake of electricity is not enough to generate a return for the listed utility. This story, we need to look at it in greater detail, because this is a conversation that was there even in the time when Kibaki was president. And the understanding was, yes, there's a cost to it. It is understood. But from that time, this idea of pushing part of that cost to the bills of those who actually consume electricity has been there. So I don't understand why this is now a new conversation. Well, because everything they're saying here, in my opinion, is something that has been done before. So unless they want to now increase what it is. Now, problem again. We already have a discussion around power and the increases that we have, and some of the things that are quite simply not easy to understand regarding the bills that we keep receiving. So am I to understand that now they're pouring a little oil onto the fire? Because now the problem that, in my opinion, has not been fully exhaustively discussed and concluded, we're now adding more to it. Is that it?
We are adding more to it for sure. Hence why a fresh conversation about the whole issue.
Umeangalia
Star? Hapana, sijaangalia.
All right.
Hiyo nimekuachia uangalie.
Uliniwachia? You have left the Star for me.
Si ndio hiyo sasa.
Frederick Okango, Mombasa message. Why ODM is President Ruto's 2027 political bedrock? Isn't it wonderful to have an opportunity to express your opinion?
It is actually.
Yes. NCIC probes Gachagua, 4 governors and 10 MPs over hate speech. This is a story on page 8. United opposition splits forces in by-election fight with president, meaning not split as in they've disagreed. No. Some of them have gone here, the other ones have gone there. There's a by-election in Magarini, they've gone there. There's a by-election in Mbere, some of them have gone there.
Yeah.
And the beat goes on, okay? And bang in the middle of the paper, okay? Before this bang in the middle of the paper thing,
yes.
I'm looking at the pictures here. Kindiki Gachagua lock horns in Mbere North by-election. What am I seeing? I'm seeing a door-to-door campaign. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki interacts with residents while campaigning for UDA candidate Leo
Wamudhende.
Thank you so much, bro. This thing was going to give me a problem.
Would you have said Wamudhinde?
No, I was going to read Wamudhende slowly, bit by bit.
All right.
Okay, at the Karambari in Embu County yesterday. Right. Okay, former DP and DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua during a vote drive for DP candidate Newton Karish in Mbere North in Embu County. This door-to-door thing is good.
It is actually good. You get to see these celebrities face to face,
and they sit and drink uji, literally porridge with you, visit you in your homes and tell you how it is, blah blah blah, etc. Bang in the middle of the paper, consignment was destroyed in a European warehouse. Now listen to this story. This is drama galore. Body team to pay 8 billion shillings for COVID vaccines not delivered. This one, not delivered, but we are paying for it. Right. Okay? There must be some logic to it, wouldn't you say?
I would say that there's a reason why we are paying for things we never received.
I'm wondering.
To the cost of 8 billion.
That's a heck of a lot of money, man, isn't it? Officials failed to physically confirm whether the vaccines had actually been manufactured, check the expiry status, or witness the destruction process firsthand. Oh, that's why they're saying consignment was destroyed. Puzzling, isn't it?
It is.
So we are paying for something that was destroyed, but this same something was never received in Kenya. So it begs the question, was it actually ever even produced?
Again, 8 billion is where we should be asking ourselves why. Na mbona haikufika hapa hiyo consignment? Mbona ilikuwa ikuwe destroyed?
Destruction normally means expiry date imefika. This awakens that story. Remember the COVID billionaires. How many people made a lot of money during that COVID era. Yeah, cashing in on the trials and tribulations of your fellow citizens, isn't it? Right.
So we ordered drugs that were never delivered, but now we have to pay for them because they're like, bruh, you could have sold these things to other people, but you decided that you're not going to pick them up. So, irregardless, pay.
You will pay. Okay. We have money to pay, huh?
Yeah.
And we have money for capitation.
After all, see, we lose 2 billion daily. What is another 8 billion?
Yeah. Right.
I mean, surely, what is another 8 billion?
Right.
This story on the Standard, they say here, these are the numbers, yeah? It's about slave trade billions. There's a picture here of Diana Chepkemoi, who breaks down upon arriving at JKA after being detained by her employer in Saudi Arabia. She was received by her mother and other relatives on September 6th, 2022. And then another one, this is Janet Njeri, a former worker in Saudi Arabia, weeps as she tells of the horrors she endured while working as a maid in the Middle East country. So they're saying 1 in 10 Kenyan staffing companies are owned by a current or former political figure, likely an undercount due to concealed ownership. 130,000 Kenyan shillings. This is what recruiters earn about, that amount of money per worker sent to Saudi Arabia, but spend only $200, which is about 26,000, to meet training requirements. So out of 130,000, they keep 100,000 and only spend 30,000 training you. Kenyan domestic workers in Saudi Arabia earn about 31,000 Kenyan shillings monthly, unchanged for 7 years and far below the required 52,000. Well, not required, but below the 52,000 earned by Filipino workers. So Filipino workers in the same country earn 52,000 Kenya shillings. Then Kenyans will be paid 31,000, Bob. Where? So according to this story, one politically connected agency Forbes Global Agencies advertised 2,100 Saudi jobs in October alone, a haul worth over 260 million in recruiter revenue. And they're saying that perhaps indeed the first family could be involved in this. Yeah?
Is there evidence to support that assertion?
Well, they're saying that, for example, hapo wanasema, let me just read it. Kenya's labor migration boom has morphed into a political goldmine for the country's most vulnerable women. It has become a conveyor belt of abuse, betrayal, and state-enabled exploitation. An investigation reveals how President William Ruto's government, instead of protecting domestic workers brutalized in Saudi Arabia, has aligned itself with a lucrative staffing industry rife with political ownership, conflicts of interest, and gutted worker safeguards, with the first family's insurance firm at the heart of the business. I saw something also by, was it the New York Times or the Washington Post? You know, one of those magazeti za kutoka ko international.
Yes.
Wakisema that indeed them, you know, they usually don't sugarcoat stuff. They say it as they know it or as they see it.
What did they say?
Walisema the first family ninapeleka watu huko.
You need to be a little clearer. It can't be the New York Times or which publication
I
published?
saw it this morning, and because there are so many of these stories, by the way, that are touching on this particular issue specifically. And I'll confirm if it is the Washington Post, because I think if it's not the Washington Post, it's the New York Times. I'll confirm, but it has to be one of those two. They said that indeed it is the first family that is taking folks to Saudi, and they went on to say a couple of things.
No, it is a company associated with the first family.
Now I'm telling you how they said it. They didn't say that a company associated with.
They said
the company owned by. They were not at there's this company, it is alleged. No, they were not alleging. They were not at saying that perhaps unconfirmed. No, they didn't say all that. They literally connected it. And they said it is the company that is taking Kenyans to those particular places. So that is what is on the front page of the Standard. Kama unajua ulipelekwa huko utuambie kulikuanga namna gani. But lately, there's a story also from last week where Saudi Arabia dropped a law, or I don't know if they dropped the law or they went easy on that law, where they said that employers are no longer allowed to withhold documents of the employees that they employ. So if you go to Saudi, apparently, and this is now, I discovered this last week when I read that story, they would hold your passport and perhaps other travel documents up until when your contract is done. When it's done, that's when they return the documents to you. But now that law imefutiliwa mbali. Hakuna mdosi anafaa kushikilia makaratasi ya wafanyikazi. Let someone have their ID, let someone have their passport, let them be free to move around within the country as they want, because initially that wasn't allowed.
You know, this issue of Saudi has been with us for a very long time. This issue, let me be specific. This issue of domestic workers, specifically domestic workers, leaving Kenya to go and work in the Middle East,
yes,
has been with us for a very long time. It didn't always have a negative twist. But the stories in the recent past that have emanated from there, unfortunately, have a completely negative twist. And the stories as they sound borders, as that headline seems to state, on modern day slavery. Okay? However, behind that particular story, there are registered agencies that actually cater for people who want to go abroad in that particular region to work. And they do work, and many go there, work, come back. Okay? The story about this particular region and the Kenyan workers who go there, unfortunately, every time the story is told, it is a sensational one. Somebody who has died, somebody who has been mistreated. The numbers of people who work there, I am not certain of.
Yep.
But of these numbers, first of all, how many of them are actually documented with our embassy, whether it's in Riyadh or whether it is in one of the capitals of the countries in the Middle East?
Yes.
Again, there is a government policy regarding this sort of migration. Okay? The ministry that deals with these things or such matters is in the loop. The Department of Government that deals with the diaspora is in the loop. Now, what I always find puzzling is whenever such stories come out, why it is that the agencies who are charged with the duties of managing these affairs, why they don't come out and set the record straight and say, folks, what is actually happening is A, B, C, D. The registered organizations that by law are allowed to get people to provide this HR service for people who want to work abroad are these. And these are the things that are required of them to be registered, and this is what they actually do. Because if that is laid out in the open, then it becomes very, very difficult for somebody to now concoct a story whose, should we say, whose foundation and the supporting evidence around would not be a subject of such heavy discussion. But so long as those details are lacking, and yet we have state agencies that have these details, then unfortunately it is still going to be an arena where speculation will be rife, drama will be rife, and half the time we will not really know what is actually happening.
So I've confirmed the Gazette that wrote this story, or rather the news website that wrote this story. It is the New York Times. They have 3 headlines spanning 3 different days on this particular story. So the first one is Kenyan senator accuses Kenya of neglecting children trapped in Saudi Arabia. The second one is Kenya's key export used to be coffee, now it's cheap labor. Then the one that I was talking about that I read, which is now from 4 days ago, Kenyan workers get abused abroad, the president's family and allies profit. That's the one that I read. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa ninakwambia. Then they've written several others. The New York Times reveals Kenyan government profiting from... so this is someone who's taken the story. The New York Times reveals Kenyan government profiting from what now? Profiting from funguka raka. Yes, New York Times reveals Kenyan officials profiting from workers' abuse in Saudi Arabia. So there are several of these headlines specifically from...
But where I've not heard of the first family being mentioned.
But I told you, kuna hiyo wamesema ya president. Again, let me read for you. This is what they're saying. Kenyan workers abused abroad. The president's family and allies profit. President's family and allies.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and then they go on to say the Kenya's President William Ruto's government acts as an arm of an industry whose leaders compare women to dogs and blame them for their own abuse. A Times investigation found. So you can get that online if you'd like. Read more on that story if it is of interest to you. But we've been having people complaining about going to the Gulf region. I just wonder, why do they continue doing it? If it's
my question exactly. If it's that bad, why do you insist on going?
Sometimes I drive along that kabarabara next to Processional Way where we have the Saudi embassy, and I see people there wamejazana hivi. Sometimes the line is too long. They have to align against the fence, the wall of the embassy. Na wanakuangapo kutoka asubuhi around 8, I think, when the offices open, or rather when the consulate or the embassy opens, and they're there, and there are many. There are many. I wonder ni nini mnenanga kufanya huko.
The problem that we seem to have with our fellow citizens who perhaps go to Saudi to look for jobs that require minimum skills. Because in that region, there are very many professionals from Kenya who actually work there. One doesn't hear of those complaints.
Yeah. But if we go with these numbers that have been published by the Standard, assuming this 31,000 is what you're actually paid, I don't know if it is taxed, but let's assume you get it as it is, 31,000 per month, and your contract here is for 7 years. You work there 7 years without bila kutoka. So let's do some quick mathematics and see just how much 31,000 in 7 years is. Let me open up my calculator. So here we are. 31,000, multiply that by 12 months. You will get about 372,000 at the end of the year. Then multiply this by 7 years. So in 7 years, you have 2.604 million. So you have 2.6 million at the end of 7 years.
No, you've earned it. You don't have it.
Yes, you've earned. So I do not, because when you're in Saudi, assuming you're working as a domestic worker, so that means that you're in your employer's house. I do not know if you contribute to the expenses in that house.
There are many details that one doesn't understand. Remember, there were discussions that the government of Kenya had with Saudi, and they had come up with a clear guideline as to how this relationship should work, and signed, document, understood. The ambassador of Saudi to Kenya came, talked. The department that deals with diaspora had their input. Meaning,
yes,
this was something which was discussed. It was understood. Guideline set. Problem is this.
Yeah.
There are rogue agencies who have found ways to work with other rogue agencies in Saudi to export people there. So these people go there without protection. There are people who follow the channels. They are protected because one, the Kenyan government knows you're going there. You are registered with our embassy. The embassy knows you are there. In the event of a problem, they even know where to find you. Now, there are people who actually go there in the manner that I've described, and then they get these clever fellows who tell them, actually, you don't need to continue working here. You can actually bypass this and go on to do A, B, C, D.
There's another opportunity.
Yes, exactly. So then at that point, people don't know where to locate you or what it is that is happening to you. This employer will pay you more. We start off with a person who's leaving the country to go abroad because already they cannot find a job that can sustain them in the country. They're already disadvantaged. They are not people who are well-to-do going for a holiday in Saudi. They are people who are trying to simply make a living. That's it. Now, when you are outside the law or you are outside the protection the government has provided, then you are at the mercy and the vagaries of all these unscrupulous people who are in that part of the country. And that is where the other problem arises.
Yeah.
Because there is a direct line that people have. If even your employer knows that your embassy knows that you're there, the likelihood of them mistreating you is very slim. Because it means their government also knows that that person is in your household. Yes. The story of those who work on the fringes of the law where these matters are concerned isn't told sufficiently.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know I've seen videos, and unfortunately I can't verify whether those videos are legit or not, or whether they even happened in the country that they say that it happened in. But I've seen videos of people being whipped, punched, others sexually abused. And I'm like, after all this, what wanaendanga kwa kufanya nini? There's a time I watched a BBC documentary, or should I call it expose, where they spoke with someone who actually came from Saudi, and they were in constant communication with this person before they left the country, and they were trying to help that person. It was a woman. They were trying to help that woman leave that country, and so they were in communication with her relatives here in Kenya, and it was coming from somewhere huko Western Kenya. So the BBC journalists went there, wakakaa na familia ya huyu madam, and they were communicating with her, listening to how she's talking, and it was very difficult to communicate because she could only communicate at certain times with a phone apparently she had gotten, I don't know from where, and she wasn't allowed to talk for long. So it was really few moments of communication. Eventually, this lady, so there's another person in Saudi, a Kenyan national, who apparently now helps ladies who are in captivity, escape from that captivity. So akaorganize madam akapata passport mpya, because sasa hii passport ingine yake ilikuwa imeshikiliwa na nani? Ilikuwa imeshikiliwa na employers. So akaorganize, akamchukulia passport mpya, akapeleka mpaka huko, akamwambia wewe kuja tupatane mahali fulani, and that is how they were able to rescue this particular lady. She got the what is it called? She got that reprieve through this particular lady, and it was an operation that took weeks. it wasn't something that just happened overnight. It took a long time, and it cost a lot of money. So those who go there, I just don't know, man. Let me read a few shout-outs here. John Mutu amesema, good morning my lovely show. Tell CT, ajamalizia sentence. Oh, amemalizia kwa another sentence. Tell CT I have 5 alarms after every 10 minutes because if I missed my duties, see what will happen. What will happen to the hospitalized patients? Hey, John, yako ni very critical. Engineer Fighter Kariuki anasema, good morning from Memphis. Jimmy Gakio, good morning. Jimmy, how are you doing? Anasema, both India and Pakistan have both India and Pakistan have Punjab states as it was divided in 1947. The eastern part is Indian while the western part is in Pakistan. Okay. JNK Media anasema, good morning from Manila. Your show is loud and clear. Good job. I'm always looking forward to the discussion. Pan-African Kenyan anasema, Senegal has our number. I remember Kitambo, they beat us 3-0 with ease. The Kikombe anasema, morning PMM NCT. If you spared 1,000 notes covering all the grass of both Kasarani and Nyayo Stadium, that's 1 billion. Focus, because the 8 football goals did not score themselves. Donge. It's very true. Maitek anasema, not a shock for a team to be thrashed an avalanche of goals, especially for a team that has not played top flight football for long. It's only recently that Harambee started playing serious games. I agree. Siti Muga unambua na Aleki, it's sad seeing the oh yeah, that one is for you. Utasoma baadaye. Carol Nyambura anasema, good morning everyone. And then Okwa Simiti anasema, good morning colleagues. Best wishes in your day. Lilian Atiana amesema, kumbe City alikuja huku. Amujui. I shall be reading the rest when we return from this short break, where we shall listen to the news from Soki Brenda.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. A family in Hagadera, Garissa County, is seeking justice after their 16-year-old daughter was allegedly defiled and killed by her uncle. The victim, Safia Abdi Bilali, had recently completed her KGC exams and was living under the care of a relative following her mother's death. According to the family, Safia was being looked after by her father and an uncle who routinely watched over her and her 4 siblings, while their father worked night shift as a watchman. The government is weighing the possibility of including Kenya Airways in the public-private partnership plan aimed at overhauling Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kiptoo, appearing before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee, defended the continued financial support extended to KQ, arguing that the airline plays a critical role in the country's strategic and economic interest. MPs, however, raised concerns over the value of public funds channeled to the airline and pressed the Treasury to outline a concrete plan for how the loans will be repaid.
Public money shall be used in a prudent and responsible manner, and financial management shall be responsible, and fiscal reporting shall be clear. Please, PS, convince us and convince the people of Kenya that the advancement you made to KQ and Article 223 falls in or in of these provisions of the principles of public finance.
Why we have to continuously do this is because of national interest. KQ is an important carrier.
And the Makadara Law Courts has allowed police to hold 6 individuals for 21 days as investigations continue into an attempted burglary reported at the South B police station on November 16, 2025. The group was arrested the same day in Jakim Estate, South B, after allegedly trying to force their way into a residence. Investigators say the homeowner was not present during the incident and the caretaker had left for a Sunday church service.
And the suspects, Your Honor, are persons of interest. I have received so many calls from other parts of the country, as far as from Mombasa, DCI Mombasa, after they had seen the incident in the media, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have to carry out some data analysis on the suspects and also to gather more statements from other witnesses with their own, Your Honor, they come from Parklands and Kilimani too.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, has confirmed that President William Ruto will deliver the 13th State of the National Address tomorrow, Thursday, 20th November 2025. In a communication from the chair, Speaker Wetangula said he had received an official message from the President as required under Standing Order 42 Article 1, which obligates the Speaker to convey any presidential message delivered to his office.
Honorable members, our communication on the State of the Nation Address to Parliament by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.1 relating to messages from the President provides that the Speaker, and I quote, shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that I received a message from His Excellency the President conveying that he intends to deliver the 13th State of the Nation Address 2025 to Parliament pursuant to Article 132.1 of the Constitution on Thursday, 20th November 2025.
And at least 94 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have died in Israeli custody in less than 2 years, a well-regarded Israeli human rights group says. A new report by Physicians for Human Rights Israel alleged a practice of systematic killings and cover-ups. The report covers the period between 7th October 2023, when Hamas launched its deadly attack on Israel, sparking the latest conflict in Gaza, and 31st August 2025. It is said fewer than 30 Palestinians died in Israeli custody in the 10 years prior. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. In studio, we want to have a conversation around, again, dementia. You guys had a lot of questions last time, but before we get to that, nimesema kuna messages lazima nitasoma hapa. Umesalimwa na Lilian Atieno City. Amesema kumbe City alikuja huku. Yeah, City has been here for now, I think this is your month 5, if not 6. Month 3.
5. How do you count?
I count 1, 2, 3, 4. How do you count?
Well, I certainly don't count with my fingers.
Yeah.
You count with your fingers. Try counting with your toes.
City,
it works
here.
better.
City, you've been here for 5 months.
This is my 4th month. I know how to count.
Then we have...
Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that I did not know the day on Nikuja?
I'm suggesting that perhaps you have forgotten. Daudi Lubale saying Kenyans who go to Saudi Arabia are like a biblical passage in 2 Kings 7:34, where 4 lepers facing starvation and death questioned their inaction, same as jobless Kenyans in their own country. Okay. Robert Mbogo anasema good morning from Mombasa. Andrew Shira amesema City, I can't agree with you on your argument. What happens is the agency that sponsored you negotiate and receive your salary. What you get is what the sponsoring agent decides. So the agents get 60. All right. So that means they get about 29,000. They give you 31. David Zmuni anasema.
And is it a one-off or is it that something they continue getting?
Now that's the
because
thing.
in most instances it's a one-off. That is like their commission.
Yeah.
Thereafter, whatever it is that you get is yours. You see, this particular terrain, bro, you'd be amazed at the agreements we have with these countries. The government actually tried to streamline them. And this is from 2021.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
However, we seem to love these rogue agents and the elements that are not clear or straightforward. And then when you add it to our own cleverness, if you have 55,000 to 100,000 people in Saudi, okay, those are very many. Statistically, look at the numbers of the people who complain. Is it 100? Is it 200? Is it 300? If it is 5,000, then we are 10%. It is not 5,000.
Okay.
But it is good that these stories are highlighted, but then the reality of why these things occur must also be highlighted.
All right.
Yes.
Last but not least, we have Davis Muni, who says now they want to print 5,000 shillings notes. Guys, that is a fake story. The government is not printing 5,000 shillings notes. Hiyo ni story ilianzishwa sijui na nani, and for whatever reason, but it is a fake story. All right, so now let's get to the guest in the studio. She is the founder and CEO of Alzheimer's and Dementia Organization Kenya, abbreviated as ADOC. Elizabeth Mutunga has been here before. Elizabeth, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning and thank you for having me again.
Yeah, last time when you were here, people had a lot of questions about dementia. We answered a couple, but today again, we will continue this conversation around dementia rather, and also talk about mental health in general. I don't know if you've seen a certain video doing rounds of this guy in Nakuru who threw himself under a bus, under a truck, actually, a lorry. This 40 foot, whatever lorry. Ali Jirusha, like, literally was waiting for this truck to pass, then he just threw himself under the truck. I don't know if he lived to see another day, but the video is there. It's online.
Where do you get these videos, Paul? You know, you have some of the most gory stories. Every
morning when I wake up, the first thing I do is I get onto social media to see what's trending and what's making rounds. So that one, I saw it on X. Yeah. So people are going through a lot. Yeah. Also, I think in today's paper, let me confirm if it's in today's paper or perhaps from another day, they were talking about suicide cases that have, I think it's from a different, no, it's not here. They're talking about the way people are committing suicide nowadays. The numbers have really gone up, and it's a worrying trend. People are suffering mentally, and they have no outlet to talk about these particular issues. I don't know if you experience this in your line of work.
Yes, as a psychologist. And there's a lot happening, of course, in the country, amongst ourselves as individuals. A lot of us are at that point where they don't want to talk about what's going on. So you keep it in. And the more you keep it in, it keeps building. It's like when you sweep and you're keeping things under the carpet.
Yeah.
With time, the carpet will start swelling and it will burst. And that's just what is happening. So I think people need to start looking for outlets where they can speak of what is going on. And sometimes maybe it's too personal. Or you're at the end. You don't know where else to go. It's finances. It's been very difficult, of course. Businesses, people giving up, people just being harassed from all sorts, and somebody just goes and jumps or goes under waits for the 40 ton, which is sad because that is a point where you've reached the end. So I think what I would advise is start talking to people, even if maybe it's just a friend. And do we have friends? I don't know.
Actually, there's another celebrity again yesterday, a YouTuber who came out and said, because they've separated with the wife, and they've decided to co-parent. How that will work out, we don't know. But this particular YouTuber I'm talking about came out and posted a 40-minute long video just talking about the situation. And it was a man, and he was saying that men rarely talk about these issues, and men are now they're committing suicide in large numbers. Why? Because upati nafasi ya kuongea, utaki kuongelesha mabesti wako. I don't know, when you talk to men, if you have spoken to them, I'm sure you have, what is one of the biggest reason they tell you why they do not come out and talk? Because personally, whenever I have an issue, mi huongea.
That's why you're alive.
Mimi huongea inanitoka. Hata hapa Facebook sasa kuna mtu amesema acha niongee nitoke. Mimi huongea nitoke. But when you encounter these folks that tell you that they are finding difficulty, where is the difficulty exactly?
Men are not known to talk. Women are the ones who we talk. We will go for our own meetings and it's chama, and you will Vile umesema uongee kutoke. So for women it's much easier to talk. For men, I think from the time even they were growing up, they used to be told, be man enough, you don't cry, you don't do this, those kind of things. And that you grow up with that. So with time, they end up not thinking they should open up and speak about what's going on, and it can be a problem. I don't know, CT, maybe we should loop you in. People in your generation, do they talk about what's going on in life? What is they're going through?
Our own personal lives?
Yes.
Over our dead body. We do not talk.
Why?
Well, one, it's nobody's business other than ours. That's number one. Number two, we are not sure it'll help if we talk. And the sort of friendships that men have, they will be individuals whom someone can talk to. They are not many. And usually they're people you've known from the time you were a child. Somebody you've grown up with. So this is a person you can talk to. One, because this person already knows you. But this common trend that I have seen where I have a problem and the whole world knows about it because I put it on social media, that never, out of the question. We do not talk about our problems. We do not air our problems. We do not even let people know we have a problem. It is how we function. But with time, and given the times in which we are in, more and more we've understood that you can actually talk to other men and other men can be a support system. But I'll tell you why also this isn't common with people like us. Many of us who probably grew up in the rural areas. In a rural setting, your relatives, literally all your relatives are around. And among those relatives, there are people you talk to with a lot more ease. It could be somebody much older, somebody like your grandfather, somebody like your grandmother. Or for us men, the people we probably end up talking to a great deal were our mothers. Because mothers are more empathetic. And they're the ones who would actually probe. Fathers will probe, they'll ask a question, you'll answer once, they're satisfied and that's done. The mothers will probe and ask you in detail. So this is a person you'll go and talk to about very many things. The support system in a rural setting doesn't exist in town, it has to be created. Now, if one doesn't create it or one doesn't have it, then that protection that that particular community provides is absent. So even when one goes to work, one goes about their business, one would be functioning as though they're alone, and actually you're not alone. Because loneliness is not a factor of the number of people who are around you. It is a question of the people you can connect with, and as they say, the people with whom you can be vulnerable. Now, if someone doesn't have such a community, that person is a ticking time bomb. Yes.
Yeah, and what he's saying, rather, you will find that also his generation is also the one that has suffered the most, especially when it comes to silence, because it's the same generation that believed mwanaume afai kulia, and then wakatufunza sisi sasa wanaume wenye walituzaa mwanaume afai kufanya nini? Be strong. Yeah, now you've been left by your girlfriend, you're heartbroken. Why?
Kangum.
Kangum, can't you see all these women out here? What do you mean that you're heartbroken? Heartbroken? Why? Kwani ni nini amena nayo? So we have been brought up by the same generation that tells us not to do these things, and then now us, we are growing in a different environment where we are connected via social media. We are working these very long hours, and we are working in a tech space where it is difficult to even stay secluded. Yani uko na watu kila siku. Unaona venye Elizabeth ako successful, unafikiria guy, this could have been us, but you know. Yeah. So how do we overcome this? Who do we talk to? And also, I don't know how true or not true this is. Counseling, is counseling expensive?
Interesting question. Expensive is relative. But counseling, I think, is a good way to start. At least, thank God, now we're having more men also in this space. So a lot of it would, if you're talking man to man, it's much easier. But sometimes, like Siti has said, it's easier also to go to female. Some people feel as a man, it's better if I spoke to a female counselor. Counseling, I know it ranges from 3 to depending on what somebody wants, 3,000 Kenya shillings to whatever. But also, I think there are places where there's pro bono services, so also looking out for that. But it is important to look for an avenue where you can speak. Some, as even when you're going for your counseling, you'll be given maybe assignments like to write if you like writing, or you talk about it if you want to talk about it. Others use drawing. I've seen like with the children, they have like a sandpit, and you tell us what's going on in your life in the sandpit, and they are talking through that, and then the therapist can be able to. So there's a lot of things that can be done to help you as an individual, even as children, and even with the children now we're getting younger and younger people being depressed.
How old is young?
We even have 8-year-olds.
Wow.
Even younger, depending on the situation also at home, how things are they able to speak to their parents? So I think, like you say, with also the tech world, our children are also in the tech world, so they're seeing a lot of these things. So social media,
they were born into the tech. As we had to learn technology, because we grew up in a time where it was now being invented. Computers were getting better. Phones, mobile phones were being invented. So we grew learning with the growth of tech.
Yes.
But our kids have grown in tech.
Yes.
Like now they are literally born in tech.
And which is very dangerous, because a lot of them now don't even speak to people. Have you ever called your child, like me? There's a time I used to talk to my children and they're just like, and you've called them and they're not even looking at you. It's just, but they're continuing with whatever they are doing, and you're thinking, wait a minute, even they're walking, and everywhere they're walking with the phones, and they're thinking, this is dangerous.
It is.
So now you can imagine now the next generation. If this is how it is now, what about the next generation? And that is why when they are told no, they will not accept it.
Yeah, because this is,
and so suicide is the next thing that is an option.
Yeah, because I remember growing up, I used to go out and play with my friends, whether it's football, police and robbers, kalongolongo. We used to play kati and so on and so. And if I know it's playtime, and I can clearly hear my friends playing football outside, no wananiambia kapa kwa nyumba fanya homework, kama kapa kwa nyumba because you've been naughty, and I'm thinking I would cry.
Yes.
So you can imagine you taking that phone away from your child.
Yeah, but the thing about all these factors that we speak of, they all hinge on something called expectation. In my generation, we were quite clear.
Yeah.
You went to school, there was a reason why you went to school. And the more you went to school, the better your life, the promise was the better your life would be. And there were clear indicators that supported this view. You've heard me tell you on many occasions that I had an employment letter before I finished my last exams at the university. I knew where I was going to work. Okay? Now, it isn't that we had low expectations. Those were our expectations given our times. I could argue that there were more jobs than there were people looking for those jobs, because you could actually change jobs as and when you saw fit. When you come to a time when that isn't the case, see, it takes a bit of a mind journey, a mental journey, for me to understand that there's a younger person whose experience is completely different from mine. They don't have the benefit and advantage of actually not just expecting, but of actually getting engagement that they can anticipate. The anticipation often will be met with disappointment because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So problems begin there. Okay. When it came to relationships also, the dynamics that we dealt with were completely different. How we understood it, because we were picking up from where our parents left off. A lot of the ethos and the manner in which our parents went about their lives is what we emulated. Okay? Then came this idea of trying to give you it is a good desire for parents to give your children a better life than the one that you yourself led.
Yeah.
Now, the confusion comes in now when we have all these newfangled ideas from the West which are readily available, and that's where your generation comes in. And they're running interference with what it is we learned culturally, and just adjusting to cope with all these, my friend, it can be quite confusing. And yet, because you're a full grown up, you cannot say it's confusing. So here you are trying to find ways of dealing with it, and it's really giving you a problem.
Andrew Shira says, pain sounds very different coming from a man than coming from a woman, yet women don't understand this. Well, That's Andrew. Let's start by debunking dementia, or rather defining dementia for those perhaps who are joining this conversation for the very first time.
Okay, so dementia is an umbrella term that is used to explain changes in personality, in behavior, and a lot of times there are many types of dementia, and one of them is the most common is Alzheimer's disease. So a lot of people get confused between Alzheimer's disease and dementia, which is which, but just to inform them that dementia is the umbrella term. So Alzheimer's is just one type of dementia.
Okay.
Yes, it's just one type. There are many types. There's dementia. Remember, we were asking about a friend because of alcohol related. We talked about dementia because of HIV, dementia because of Parkinsonism.
Did you say dementia because of HIV?
Yes.
The human immuno. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Ili na causing AIDS.
Yes.
Inaweza leta dementia.
No. Yes, it can bring about a situation where dementia sets in.
Yes, because of also taking medication also for very long, and also it affects also your brain with time.
Okay, first of all, tuendelee. Umesema so kuna Alzheimer's. Umesema kuna HIV.
Yes.
Then umesema kuna Parkinson's.
Yes.
What else so that we can circle back to HIV?
Because of alcohol-related dementia. And then there's also frontotemporal dementia. And there's also Lewy body. But there are very many. There are very many
frontal temporal happens how?
It happens, it affects the frontal part of the brain.
Okay.
And that is a very aggressive one. So usually within 5-10 years, somebody usually, it's very aggressive.
Okay.
And then also the people who are going through it are very temperamental, so it can be quite hard on the families that have a loved one with frontotemporal dementia. So there are many other types. Those are just a few of them, but there are quite a number of them.
Let's get back to HIV.
Yes.
Connect HIV. And now I'm interested in this because HIV is now, it's like sasa siku hizi HIV iko almost kila mahali. It's very difficult not to know someone who has got HIV in this day and age.
It's actually harder to know now.
Yes. Because
no,
of the medication.
I'm saying in terms of knowing either a relative, a colleague, a friend who is who has HIV. Yeah. So I want to understand how we you know what I mean? HIV na dementia zinapatana wapi? Help me understand.
Okay. So like I said, by the time it's actually developing into dementia, you've been on medication for very long. You've also been unwell for quite a while. Okay. Like I say, it is the brain that is being attacked by usually it's the protein that is eating, like the plaques and the what is it called? Okay, my brain. I'm also going through chemo. So I have a chemo brain. Okay. So anyway, but what happens is the brain is not functioning optimally, and so they end up having, because of the duration that they have been unwell, they have been on medications, that is affecting their immunity, and all that also come into play the role of, now they start with, as the disease progresses, they also now develop dementia.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Quite the connection. I would never have thought. I know HIV comes with a lot of things.
Yes.
AIDS comes with a lot of other complications, and wanasemanga even a common cold can kill someone who's immunocompromised, especially someone who's HIV positive. Now, I just didn't know that your brain is affected in that way.
Remember what HIV did, what the virus did? The virus primarily attacks your immune system.
Yes.
Now, the virus can enter your brain cells. Now, brain cells also have their immune mechanisms. So if that is the central focus of the virus, it will affect your brain. But this is a condition that was noticed in the later stages of HIV, what they probably call stage 4. By that time, the HIV had really spread. And because of the compromise of your immune system, your body at that point in time was accommodating a myriad of conditions and diseases. Yes. So the decline of the functions of your brain would probably just be one of them. Yes. And it would manifest in your memory loss and another associated indicators.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Parkinson's.
Yes.
No, let's start with Alzheimer's.
Yes.
So how would we describe Alzheimer's?
So Alzheimer's is a progressive degenerative condition. Like I said, once it starts, it does not stop. So it is progressive. So what happens is, as the disease, it starts by attacking the memory. So you start forgetting, and you start forgetting recent events. It's like it's wiped out completely from your brain. So you're starting to talk about things that happened to you like 20, 30 years ago. The other day we were laughing because we're remembering one of our people we take care of. And there's this lady, she was in her 70s, but her brain is stuck in the early 20s. What? And so she sees this young man and she starts, drawing maps on the floor. Those things that
she starts getting
almost flirting with this young man, and she's, blushing her eyes and everything. And you're thinking, okay, wait a minute, what is this lady doing?
Is this an African lady?
Yes.
Are you talking about? Okay.
And she's elderly. She's 70. But like in her generation, I think maybe that is how he used to communicate. I don't know.
So her brain literally went back to her 20-year-old self.
20-year-old self. So she sees this young man, and she's just after this young man, and she's looking at him, and then she just tells him on the face, why don't you marry me? Which is very unlike our African setting, where you're telling a man directly, why don't you marry me? And this young man is looking at me because he's my friend, and he's thinking, what is wrong with her? Why is she trying to tell me to marry her? And so I said, you tell her she's beautiful, and then tell her you must go and meet her parents so that you can agree whether to marry or not. And that is how we ended this story. But now it's very, at that age, or when somebody is having dementia, people will start thinking their old self comes back. So if they used to be they used to flirt a lot, had many girlfriends, used to talk, do things that would be questionable, you will actually see as the disease is progressing. So their memories goes back to when they were in their late teens, early 20s. Dad would wake up in the morning and he asks my mom, why are you in my room? Get out of my room. And then my mother is like, but why? And he's like, I am not married, I'm waiting to get married. So they forget. And then of course they start forgetting the people who are related to them. They forget time and space, what time it is, what date it is, they don't remember. And the sad part is when they forget their family members. Like my father would wake up and ask me, I remember I don't know if I told you this story on my wedding day. He was supposed to be walking me down the aisle, and when we were just about to walk in, he tells me, Elizabeth, no, I tell him, Dad, it's time for us to go in. And he asks, for what? And I'm like, I'm getting married, let's walk down. He said, Msichana, I'm not your father. Go and look for your father. And that's on my wedding day, and I'm thinking, okay, am I supposed to be crying? Am I supposed to be happy? And so it's quite frustrating because you're seeing the changes in a loved one.
But at this point, you had already known that he has dementia.
We didn't know what it was because my dad got sick in the 90s. So in the 90s, we thought maybe it's a mental disease because he would do strange things. Like he would sell parts of the car separately, like the tire separately from the rest of the body of the vehicle, which of course you're not selling a car, but according to him, he has sold his car. And then he moves us to from a 4-bedroom Mashanate house to a Mabati house around the corner. He's telling us Jesus is coming, we don't need all these things. So we thought he had become a fanatic,
a cult, member of a cult.
So you're thinking, this is
how old was he then?
He was in his 60s.
Had anything traumatic happened in his life?
Yes, that is what even I was going now to come back to. So he had, my dad was a policeman, and so he went through, he had, what is it called? Diabetic, he went into a diabetic coma. So then he was retrenched due to his health from being a policeman, and my father loved being a policeman. And then after that, my sister, who had cancer, passed on. So dad could not operate anymore.
Your sister passed on after the retrenchment?
Yes.
So these things, and did they happen, how far apart did they happen?
In less than 5 years.
Wow, okay.
So stress, and that is why even I'm very glad that you started that conversation with
mental health.
Because stress is a great contributor.
So if I may ask, and where was your mother in all this?
My mother was there also trying to figure out what's going on. My mom was a stay-home mom.
Yes.
But she's trying to figure out what is going on. And we are not understanding. And you see, at that point, dad was the authority. So, and usually the ladies in that generation never spoke very much about it. Again, they rarely spoke. So I had to actually go and look for work at 17 years because my dad woke up and told my younger sister, girls don't go to school, they sit and wait for their husbands to come for them, and so you will sit here and wait. And my sister was joining Form 1, I was just finishing 4th form. So I had to go and look for work because we thought 1 week he will change his mind. He did not. And so yes, so those are some of the symptoms that you'll notice with Alzheimer's disease.
Yep.
Sometimes the people can end up being violent, and it's not that they choose to, but it's because if you argue with them, they lose their temper.
Yeah.
So dad would wake up on a Tuesday and he wants to go to church, and I'm like, no, dad, we go to church on Sunday. So I took the calendar thinking I'm helping him, and I'm marking it for him, and I'm like, today is Tuesday, so we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday until Sunday. That's when we go to church. And my father had never spoken about my child. That time my son was 2 years old. And he looked at me and asked me, do I look like your 2-year-old? And I'm thinking, wait a minute. He actually knows I have a son, but he's never spoken about it. So some of these things, he will say something and you can actually see you're irritating him. Another time, after I went and got work, I decided I will go and do shopping.
Yeah.
So I went and did shopping, brought it home, and my father was so angry. And I'm thinking, why is he angry? I'm trying to help. And so he really beat me up, and he broke my hand that day. And I remember his words were, why are you usurping authority over me? And I'm thinking, wait a minute. So it can be a very frustrating journey with the family members who are taking care of the people. And that's why I think even when you ask, where was my mother? Because he would wake up and say he has given money for food, and he did not, and they would sleep hungry.
How old was he when he was retrenched? No?
Well, retrenched, he was just about to retire, and that time they were retiring at what, 55, going to 60?
55.
Yeah, 55. So he was not so far off from 55. I think he may have been around 54 or something then. But we are a second family. He had a first family. The first wife died, and then now he got married to my mom. So we were quite younger than his older children. Yeah.
You know the it's odd. The human brain is amazingly puzzling, and how it functions and how it copes. Because one of the things that we cope badly with is shocks.
Yes.
Especially a shock that moves you from a trajectory that you had envisioned as a path that you needed to follow, and then something comes along and dislodges you from it. Unless you are fortunate enough to either have the fortitude, which is rare, or to have a support system that can help, it is very, very easy for someone to actually just get lost in all that.
That's true.
Because in many instances, with us men, the work we do is part of our persona. It's us. Our job is us.
Yes.
And we identify with our job. That is why in many instances, when someone talks to you, they talk about their job. You ask someone to talk about themselves, they'll tell you about their job. That's how men talk. They don't tell you about themselves.
Yes.
It's, oh, I do this, and I've done this, and I've done this, and I do this. Say, no, I want you to know about yourself. Yeah, but I've just told you, see?
Yes.
So when that part of you is, let me use the word, is annexed, suddenly you're fairly naked, because you can't see yourself correctly. You saw yourself in that light, and now you can't. If you look at the history of men who retired at the age of 50 or even 55, anecdotally, I noticed very many of them did not live 5 years after they retired.
That's true.
They went back to a setting they had come from, because people came from rural areas, came into town, went to school. They went back. They somehow couldn't adjust properly. Yet, strangely enough, women in that setting thrive.
True.
Strange.
True.
Yeah.
And live on and on and on and on and on. Men don't seem to cope very well with that.
What? I'm getting to learn a lot about, again, dementia, as much as this is the second time we're having this conversation, yeah?
Yes.
Parkinson's.
Yes.
We've spoken about now Alzheimer's, HIV, Parkinson's. The connection again.
The connection.
Yeah, or
of
rather,
course.
give us a definition, or rather, the situation or the characteristics of Parkinson's.
So Parkinson's, what is actually characterized is the tremors. So if you remember Muhammad Ali.
Yes.
So a lot of people, either because of boxing and all those things, and then the other thing, I don't know if I spoke about it here, when you're on motorbikes, please wear your helmets, because anytime you hit the ground, it might not happen immediately, but after a few years. And also there's a gentleman, he was an architect, and people came to his house and they hit him on the head, and he had a cut. Yes. And it took about 10 years. And let me tell you, with all these different types of dementias, you don't notice it immediately. It's 10 years later that you'll actually see the damage that's been done. So it just sets in and creeps in very slowly. So you start noticing the tremors. But the difference between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, because Alzheimer's is the most common and then Parkinson is the second one. So the difference between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's is Alzheimer's, you start forgetting. The memory is the first thing that goes away, but they are still able to move around. With Parkinson's, it's their movement that is affected. So they start struggling to move around. They are not able to move as fast as they used to. Sometimes the body is very stiff, but their memory takes a bit longer to go away. I remember I have been to a Parkinson's support group, and the people I met maybe 5 years ago will still remember me by name, but somebody who I met who has dementia, Alzheimer's, will not remember my name. And even they'll never remember we met. Yeah. Yes. So that's the difference between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. But the one thing that you'll notice is the tremors. Let me see if there's a comment here or a question. Mashari Angelo says, in dementia, they say fast in, last out. Yes. Fast in is FAST. What does this mean? What his meaning is the information that was in fast. So the like now I've been in the studio. Yes. Let's say I have dementia. Then tomorrow you tell me, Elizabeth, we met you in our studio a few hours ago. And I'm like, no, I don't know you. I've never met you. So that's the information that goes away fast. So what they'll remember is the information that they had 20 years ago. Before the disease. Yes. David Lubale, Kabuda, why are you panicking about HIV dementia? Kwani form ni gani? Daudi, I know of Ndu the guy where I live. I usually send him a lot he's like my delivery person, and he's HIV positive. This I know because he told me about it. And then there's a time I noticed kidogo memory yake inakuanga off. So when we are having this conversation, I'm actually asking myself, haya, could this be what we're talking about, or it could be something totally different and connected, not connected to this conversation? I don't know. As in now that we've said it, I don't know how to approach it with him, but I'll find a way. And also the interesting bit, and again, what he was talking about, the medication. Even people who have been on heart medications for very long, with time, dementia actually sets in. So anything... Heart medication. Yes. So anything that is... Even cancer now, we are starting to notice. People who've had cancer, and then again you hear now they have dementia. So people who have been on medication for a while, somehow... they end up actually having dementia or forgetting. A lot of people even are saying now with COVID, they're saying, sorry. They're saying with mama yangu. Okay. It's okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. So even with the COVID, a lot of people are also saying you're starting to notice some changes. So I think anything, what you said, anything that is very traumatic onto the brain. Will actually have a long-lasting effect. What do you mean COVID changes? What changes are we talking about here? I hope not dementia. Okay, what CCT is burning to say something. No, but what? Yes,
my brain is working, but I want to listen to you.
No, for me, what we have noticed, people who actually were, and the isolation. The isolation was not good. Okay, I'm also talking from experience for myself because I was also locked up. I was isolated. I was quarantined. Okay. But I was in ICU for 2 months. Because of COVID. 2 months. 2 months. This is in 2020? 2020 November. And so, and then I was intubated. At some point, I hear I died and I was resuscitated. But one of the things after that, I struggled because I was having the same one I'm talking about, the brain, chemo brain, is the same thing. I couldn't remember stuff after COVID. Yeah. And I really pray with these two connections that it doesn't happen to me. And then also a connection with dementia, but I'm not getting it anyway. So one of the things, because of that isolation also, and then you never used to talk to anyone. So also that also affected you because you are talking to no one, you have nowhere to vent, you're sitting there. Death is imminent at any point in your life. Yeah. So a lot of people, because of that isolation and then your memory is not as active as it used to be. Do you remember anything during your ICU period, the 2 months? Yes, because I was conscious, but I had to be put on, I had to be... Intubated, but also I was put in a coma.
Oh, the medical coma.
Medical coma for like, I think a week.
Okay.
But after that, I was in ICU, but I could, people in ICU usually are not very present. They are either in a coma or something, but I could see everything that was going on. So I was I could hear, I could speak.
Yeah.
But it's only that now my oxygen levels were very low because 95% of my lungs had been eaten up by COVID.
Okay. Conversation for another
day.
But, and the reason I'm asking this is because we're trying to make connections here and see the risk, talk about the risk factors, what someone can do to avoid this, and so on and so forth. For you, you're saying that the quarantine plus now the whole hospitalization process perhaps is another risk factor for dementia.
Being alone, yes. Being alone. And you see, one of the things we say when we are talking about what should you do to ensure that you don't get dementia? One of the things is make sure that you have people you talk to. You're not alone. You have a community around you.
Yeah.
Because also people who stay by themselves, we know, and even my dad was a loner. He ended up getting dementia because he rarely talked to anyone. And like Siti said earlier, his work was him.
Yes.
So dad could not see how he could be a civilian and not be a policeman. He couldn't connect. And it took him very long because, we lived in a police house. He was driven around. He was a senior
cop. Okay.
Yes, so he had all these things. So some of these things, just sitting by yourself, not talking to anyone, actually your memory, it's a muscle. So if you don't use it, you lose it.
Now, I'm very certain I got COVID. I'm not sure if but najua nilipata. Hiyo kitu nilipata for sure. Thank God I never spread it beyond myself.
Yeah,
and I used to live with my family. So, but I got, again, the vaccine. I got the first one and then the booster. And then I wanted to get the third one, but nikasema, bwana, hii kitu kama itanipata tu, But I know I got, because ile homa nilipata during that time, kuanga mbaya sana. Getting back to questions here, there's, Geraldine Ocheng asking, how do we support especially people with dementia?
One of the things I tell people, do not argue with them. If they say today is a Tuesday, it's a Tuesday. But if they wake up and they don't want to do anything, don't fight. In fact, the best thing to do, if you walk in, like showering is a problem, brushing their teeth, all these things that nobody should tell you to do, they struggle. So what you do, if they refuse, take a break, walk away, give them like 5 minutes to breathe, come back with another strategy, not arguing with them. Like for me, when I was taking care of Dad, the mistake I did of going and doing shopping, all I would have done is that maybe put even 1,000 bob. He doesn't know the value of money, and tell him, Dad, we have this money, what can we do? And then he gives his input so that when I come in with the shopping, he's not fighting me. Some of these things, just being wise.
It will be his idea.
It will be his idea, but you're the one who's going to make sure it happens, but also improve it. So improve the idea.
Someone who doesn't want to brush their teeth, now what do we do? What strategy do we employ there?
You have to either, some of them, when they're still able to, you can convince them. There was a lady I used to read about, she loved ice cream. So even when she used to refuse to shower and brush her teeth, the son would tell her, after this, we're going to go for ice cream. And that would make her want to do everything. So she will quickly do it. But other times, there are good days and bad days. And there are days they will not do it.
At all.
Whatever you do. So sometimes just let it be.
Okay. Daudi again here. Do we have any reverse natural medicine for dementia?
At the moment, when it's confirmed it's dementia, there is no reverse. But there are things that mask themselves as dementia. For example, vitamin B12 deficiency, thyroid problem, depression. All these things, if they are sorted, somebody will go back to normal. But that is why it is important to have a proper diagnosis. Just don't go to hospital and the doctor tells you it's dementia.
Then
find out more
it,
what type of dementia is it, so that you're able to know, is it Alzheimer's, is it frontotemporal? Then you'll be able to give your loved one a better care. So it's important to actually have a proper diagnosis from the beginning so that you know what you're dealing with.
I know of some folks who are doing research with mushrooms. And not just these other edible mushrooms that we buy from the supermarket, the psychedelics. They're doing some kind of experiment research with it, and on patients that have got different mental problems, including dementia. And they're trying to see if they can reconnect the brain, grow new neurons and make that connection whole again. Because, and especially for patients who've been through a traumatic experience, an accident maybe that destroyed part of their brain, so they're still alive, they're still conscious, but perhaps unapata kuna ka place kwa brain yao ilikuwa damaged, so they have things like epilepsy and so on. So now this experiment and this research rather that is being done is to see whether they can regrow the neurons. Now they've done experiments on brain from mice, rabbits, and so on and so forth, and other animals, and it is showing some promising results. And they are hoping perhaps with time, this is probably not going to happen even in our lifetime, but perhaps with time, if someone else perfects this particular research, we might get to a point whereby diseases such as dementia, whether it's Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, epilepsy, we can actually repair the brain in that particular way. Because all you need to do is have that operation, have a few drops of that concoction dropped in there, or perhaps you're given intravenously or you digest it, I don't know. And then it gets to your brain and slowly too, it grows those cells back. And perhaps you might not get the memories back, but it will stop the dementia where it is. And I think that's actually a very good research.
But Paul, consider also, when we talk of lifestyle and how this affects our mental health, it's something that perhaps should be given a little attention. Drug consumption. I'm not talking about medicine only. Drugs, bangi and etc.
The narcotics.
Yes. Alcohol. That has direct influence on the brain and the brain cells. Research has also indicated with clarity that it helps hasten that process of dementia.
That's true.
So people who consume loads and loads of alcohol and think they're achieving something great, they are inviting the dementia to head in their direction in a very speedy manner. Yes.
True.
So there are things when you talk about the preventative aspects of some of these diseases. Well, the consumption of alcohol, consumption of drugs, if one eliminates them completely, then one reduces the chance of that influence playing a part in that process.
That's true. Yeah. Because preventative, actually, those are the things that we tell people. If you're taking alcohol, we tell you might not be able to stop immediately, but start taking it in moderation and eventually stop smoking. Some of these things, cholesterol, all these things play a role in you getting dementia. If the kind of food that you eat, it's also very important. So some of these things, what Siti is saying is very true. It's actually one of the major, we don't have the causes yet, but they actually play a role in actually you getting dementia.
Yes. And we're told anyway, too much of something is poisonous. Even too much of water will kill you. Too much of oxygen will actually choke you to death. So it's one of those situations whereby you just thank God every single day when you wake up, because that drink you took last night could have been your last one. But there are Kenyans who wanasemanga ati unajua unaweza jichunga sana utoke vinjo ugongo na nduthi udedi. So I like the way we are just daredevils in whatever we do. So someone is asking me ati so we fanatics introverts were in danger. I always love to be alone.
Yes, you're in danger.
Really?
Yes.
Is
Don't be too alone. Please, you need people. That's why we are told man is not an island. Yes. Once in a while. Just have people around you.
So how much of an introvert should one be? Should you be alone out of 7 days in a week? Are we saying 3 days, 4 days? Or if you're going to meet people, make sure every weekend at the very least go to church if you're a church person. If you're Saturday hangout person, go enjoy yourself.
It's very hard to give degrees of what you should be or what you should do. But also, I know introverts get very tired after some point with a lot of people around them. It's too much. They can't take it all in. But try. Even if it's an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours max, try. Maybe 3 times a week, if possible. But at least have people around you. Don't be too much of an introvert that you actually don't allow people in. And that is why even when you have issues, you're able to speak them out and have people help you. Siti, are you an introvert?
No, I am not an introvert.
Okay.
At all. Far from it. Where my thoughts went, I was thinking about how it is that a very simple reality of human beings is neglected. We are social creatures. We actually thrive when we interact with other human beings. It is simple, but that's what it is. Yes. For instance, it has taken research to figure out something that we Africans understood a long time ago. That when a child is young, the mother hangs out with that child literally all the time, and either on your back or in front of you. So remember, the rhythm of the heart, which is what the child listens to, even when they haven't been born, is then reignited when they are with their mother. Children tend to be very much at ease when they lie on the chest, because that rhythm of the heart brings about an element of familiarity. So you actually find that simply because of that proximity, and then the time that they spend around other children playing, the time they spend you are in a bedroom with many others, as opposed to this Western style where everybody has their room. They begin isolation at a very early stage, and they think it's a good thing. You then develop things that will later catch up with you. See? Socializing cures very many things in human beings. Just socializing. Getting to hang out with people like those 10 best friends of yours who you hang out with every fortnight or so.
It's important.
It's absolutely important.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's important.
So when you are this island and you've determined that you will only get in touch with people as and when you need them, well, you're fermenting problems for yourself. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
And this thinking of that, I don't really need people. Actually, you do.
You do. You do.
You do. You may not think so, but you do.
Again, no man is an island.
Yes.
No.
Right. So now, from the get-go, what are some of the things for healthy people to avoid Alzheimer's? What are some of the things they need to, first of all, just look out for in terms of indicators of Alzheimer's? First of all, on themselves, then now on people that they care about.
So once you start noticing that there's a memory loss, and the memory loss is not of, they're not talking about recent things. They're starting to talk about things that happened long ago. It is something to make you worry, and please go and see a doctor. Another thing, we misplace things. We forget normally. I mean, I can come and put my phone here, but after some time I'll remember I left it here.
Yep.
But if somebody cannot remember at all, then there's a problem right there. If they're forgetting, of course, time and the time, what time it is, the day, that is also an indicator there's a problem. Or when you keep coming to visit them and they keep asking, oh, how are you? And they keep greeting you, and when you ask them, who am I? And they laugh and they tell you, nyinyi ni watu wangu. That tells you they do not know who you are.
Yeah.
So that is an indicator. There is a problem right there.
Yeah. But I'm always like that with my fans because I don't remember all of them.
We shall not comment. But one thing I will tell you is that one of the things that we are trying to encourage people to do, because now actually younger people are now getting dementia in their 30s, 40s. And it's because we have this thing, we don't read as much. So a lot of us, we are either scrolling, but we are not even turning pages. So we are not reading, we are not keeping the mind active. So we need to start actually doing crossword puzzles, Sudoku, read. Enjoy what you're doing.
Challenge your mind.
Waswahili
wanasema chemsha bongo.
Ndio hiyo, inahitajika. So some of these things, start doing things that you don't do normally. Learn a new skill. That also will keep your brain. I was watching something about a 75-year-old from Marsabit who went back to school because he didn't want idleness, which is amazing because he went to do his KCSE. So that is amazing because he has decided he wants to keep himself busy. And that usually, I think, when we reach retirement, like you said, and we're thinking, I've worked all these years, there's nothing else to do for me. So you sit and not do anything. Yesterday I was told something very interesting about a man in the village who was a teacher. And now, because he loves talking, so people in the village have been given time slots when they come and sit with him and talk to him, so that he's not idle. He has people around him. And then the family pays them, apparently, at some stipend, just to keep them also motivated. So the villagers are also excited. Wanapata ndio hiyo. Lakini wamekuja kumweka company, which is an amazing kind of thing. So just do that. Get it right. Exercise, both physically and mentally, and also socialize. Socialize is important. Have people around you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tamara is saying this is why grandparents love having our children, their grandchildren, around them, because most of the time they are alone.
Yes. And also they are challenged, because sometimes a grandchild will ask you, why does the sun rise from the east? As a grandparent, you must think of an answer. So you have to think of something to tell the child, because somebody is asking you a question. So it's important. Let's not also isolate them. I know some of us may have to go and work abroad, and maybe we leave our parents here without all the children leave them. But ensure that there's a system that works for them. They are not alone. Loneliness is hard. And a lot of people now, the elderly, especially older persons, are actually dying
because of loneliness. All right. Thank you so much, Elizabeth Mutunga. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. How do people get in touch with Alzheimer and Dementia Organization Kenya?
Okay, I'll give you our website. Our website has everything. That's www.alzkenya.org. So you can find us there. All our social handles are also there. Yes.
All right. So folks, don't go too far. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. No government data was compromised during Monday's apparent breach of several states' websites, says ICT CS William Kabogo, speaking in Baku, Azerbaijan, where he is attending the World Telecommunications Development Conference under the International Telecommunication Union. Kabogo said he had only redirected domain names to hackers. The CS said his ministry has since taken control of the situation and ensured return to normalcy of operations of most of the websites involved in the breach. The court heard on Tuesday that the killers of Wells Fargo HR Director Willis Ayeko withdrew 145 shillings from his account using his national ID. The testimony, part of the prosecution's case, focused on the M-Pesa transactions that took place shortly after Ayeko went missing in October 2024. Anthony Gitonga, an M-Pesa shop attendant, told the court that a man in a blue jacket and spectacles came to his shop on the morning of October 19, 2024, presenting an ID card bearing Ayeko's name. The man made 2 withdrawals, taking 45,000 from the first transaction and 30,000 shortly after.
Alikupatia kitambulisho chenye jina la nani? Alitoa pesa ngapi?
And employers who collect statutory deductions from workers but fail to forward them to the appropriate schemes will soon face criminal liability. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has warned. Speaking to the National Assembly's Finance and National Planning Committee on Tuesday, Mbadi said the proposed legal amendments are intended to protect employees' retirement funds and ensure that retirees receive their pensions without delays. He added that it is unfair for employees to retire only to encounter difficulties accessing money that was legally deducted during their service. The government has rolled out a new 5-year plan aimed at helping households facing extreme poverty move toward economic independence. Speaking during the launch of the Ultra Poor Graduation Strategy 2025-2030, Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs PS Joseph Motari said the initiative will strengthen existing anti-poverty efforts. He said this includes the monthly cash transfer program that has already supported more than 1.7 million Kenyans. Tanzania is facing mounting challenges after violent protests erupted following the recent presidential elections. President Samia Suluhu Hassan has said, admitting that the unrest has damaged the country's image abroad. Speaking during the swearing-in of her new cabinet, she cautioned that the violence could slow the nation's development and affect international relations. Samia, who became president in 2021 following the death of John Magufuli, initially received praise for easing political restrictions.
Rasilimali zetu ni chache. Kama mnavyojua, mara nyingi tunategemea kupata kutoka nje. Mikopo kutoka kwa taasisi mbalimbali za kimataifa, mabenki ya kimataifa. Lakini yaliyotokea nchini kwetu yametutia doa kidogo. Kwa hiyo huenda yakatupunguzia sifa ya kupata hiyo mikopo kwa urahisi kama tulivyopata muhula wa kwanza wa awamu hii. Muhula wa kwanza wa awamu hii tulikuwa tunapata sana kwa sifa zetu, kwa msimamo wetu, kwa kazi tunapofanya.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The FKF President Hussein Mohamed has apologized to fans after Kenya's national side Harambee Stars suffered an embarrassing 8-0 defeat to Senegal in a friendly match played in Antalya, Turkey yesterday. From the first whistle, the Lions of Teranga dominated possession and created scoring chances almost at will, leaving Kenya struggling to keep pace at the Mardan Stadium. By halftime, Senegal had already scored 6 goals, effectively ending any hope of a competitive contest. Following the defeat, Mohamed openly admitted the team's performance was unacceptable. Spain clinched automatic qualification to the 2026 World Cup despite drawing 2-2 with Turkey in Seville. Luis de la Fuente's side finished the campaign top of Group E, having won and kept a clean sheet in 5 of their 6 qualifying matches. Second-placed Turkey needed a win by a 7-goal margin to deny Spain top spot, but the match ended 2-2. The result means only England will enter the European World Cup qualifiers having not conceded a goal. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. 8 to 6 it is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. City, kuna mtu amesema hapa, good morning Mbuvi, my city. Good morning Liz Mutunga. Thank you for the great insights. This is Marion Mbogwa.
Thank you.
Yeah. Then we also do have Ward Jesse. Amesema, this has been so enlightening in terms of signs of human behavioral changes. Thanks, Madam Elizabeth. And then Daudi amemalizia akisema the helpful aspect is the digital era. It helps a lot for keeping company. In the old days, our forefathers and foremothers did not have a sociological digital lifestyle.
They didn't need it.
Sociological digital.
The issue isn't just getting in touch with people technologically. It's the human touch, literally face-to-face conversations, people you see. Socializing, yes, can be done technologically, but what it does for you is very, very different from when you actually literally meet and talk to people.
Yeah.
It's important. Technology, absolutely important, absolutely imperative. But again, what the human touch does, what you call a human interface, believe me, that cannot be compared with any technological advancement that you may have. It doesn't matter what you say, you can't.
Yeah. And you know what really scares me about some of these diseases that we think we rarely think about them, but until it either affects you or someone in your family, that is when you actually like dementia, Parkinson's, when dementia comes in whichever form. But now specifically when we break it down to dementia, to Parkinson's, we break it down to Alzheimer's. Because you see, for me, the first time I had an encounter with Parkinson's, I think my grandfather, I was very young at the time, I'll confirm with my parents, he probably had Parkinson's, and there are instances when I would interact with him. I was a very young child that time. I would interact with him and I could tell, Babu amesahau mambo. We've just had a conversation literally 2 minutes ago. He sent me for water. I've come back. He has absolutely no idea who I am. And he would ask me, with a smile, of course, because he can tell I'm a child. Na wewe ni nani? And I'd be like, but Babu, we just had this conversation literally 2 minutes ago. Here's your water. We went to Mamaji. And he would look at me like, oh yeah, thank you. And you'd take it and you could see he's shaking, drink it, and then put it down and still go, sasa niambie, ati wewe ni nani wewe sasa? And I'd start that conversation again. And for me, I was just like, this old guy, But now, as an adult, having had these conversations that we keep on having in this studio and other places, now I understand that indeed, by the way. So until it hits someone in your family or someone close, probably a workmate, you never get to understand the gravity of these issues.
No, you don't. The dealing with diseases effectively often involves understanding the disease. And that is the difficult part. Because if it's a disease that has altered the person from the person you knew to someone who is now completely different in the way they comprehend things, and by extension, different in the way they relate to you, it becomes really, really, really tricky and really, really difficult for the people who are around that individual to accommodate all this. It's hard. It's very, very, very hard. Because they are used to this person being a certain type of individual. And those changes, they are very, very, very difficult to accommodate. It weighs heavily on people. Yes.
The first time, again, I encountered HIV was when a neighbor of ours, we used to live in Satellite, Kitambo, called Dagoreti. And I remember there was a neighbor who was brought in, I can't remember even their gender. Yeah, but for the sake of this conversation, let's make it a man. So this man was brought in na akalalisha kwa kiti. So my dad had a vehicle and they were requesting that we take him to hospital immediately. And I remember having just had AIDS. For me, that was...
How old were you?
Must have been either 5 or below.
Okay.
Yeah. And I remember because of the stigma at that time, ukisikia mtu akona ukimwi, because ilikuwa like ukimwi ilikuanga a very big deal, a very big word. It was akin to someone literally being close to death.
It was a death sentence, actually.
Yeah, yes, exactly. This was a walking dead person. And I remember even mali alikuja akaketi akalalishwa kwa kiti as my father was preparing now to leave and take him to hospital. I remember that encounter, and to date I can literally remember even where he sat. Kiti ilikuwa imesink na ndani, so when he was lifted it took time to rise up. And that was, for me, that was the first time I literally saw someone who has got HIV, and it was a big deal. But nowadays,
was he able to walk on his own?
No, he was having trouble. He could walk, but with trouble, so he had to be helped.
Was he emaciated?
Yes, he was.
Okay, now that is somebody in whom the disease had advanced. Because the vast majority of people who are HIV positive look exactly the way you and I look.
Yes.
Remember, the virus also has an incubation period. The virus can be in your system, but it doesn't manifest. And even when it does manifest, you don't look unwell in the traditional way in which we say someone is emaciated, they seem to be tired all the time. None of those symptoms will be exhibited, and yet you're HIV positive. This was always the problem with HIV, that until somebody was tested, you wouldn't know. And that's why in those early days, there was this big push for people to get tested. So if you found, for instance, when you talked about prevalence, meaning if you look at a certain number of people within a certain group, and you look at those who test positive, the places where the testing was highest is where you'd get even bigger numbers. Some places had low numbers because the testing was not done, so you wouldn't know. Or the testing that was done was minimal. Okay?
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is this. The fear that went with the disease prevented very many people from even getting whatever treatment that was available, or avoiding treatment.
Because of the stigma.
Yes. So stigma was one of the things that also had to be fought. How do you get people to understand that it is a disease like any other? The biggest problem with HIV was how people got to acquire it. It was mostly, predominantly through sexual contact. Shared needle, shaving kit, all that, yes, but it was sexual contact. Now, it brought to the fore how it is we understand sex and how we relate to the conversation around sex and everything about it. That's what it brought to the fore. And it told you this is not something we talk about easily. It's not something we willingly discuss.
Yep.
So anything that touches on it and points to it, it points to, or the implication of that this is a person whose sexual behavior was a little wanting. Okay? Promiscuity was being suggested every which way.
Yeah.
So, and yet that was actually not the case. Not necessarily. Diseases are strange things. Yes. One doesn't even hear the discussion about HIV now. Because one, stigma was reduced, it didn't go away. But what is a conversation now? You know, we have a new wave that is coming in now.
Of HIV?
Yes, because there's a generation that didn't see the ravages of HIV.
Yeah.
So the issue of protection or protecting yourself when you're having sex, that doesn't occur to them.
Or abstinence.
But doesn't occur. So all of a sudden, you'll find that in certain places, there's an upsurge of sexually transmitted diseases, HIV incidences increase. So, but part of why you also don't hear is because the treatment that goes with it has been taken as normal. And it's available. And why it was easy for it, accessing it was easy because it was free.
Actually, you're right, because I remember there was a report that came some time back, that came out, and they were saying that HIV is now more prevalent in young people.
Yes, it is.
Especially between the ages of, I think they mentioned G16 to like 35.
Yes, it is.
Because now those are the folks who, like you're saying, they never, especially those ones who are now 17, 18, they never saw HIV the way we saw it.
No, they did not. It's not. It's something they hear about. It's like somebody telling you about the plague. Plague. Yeah, you read about it and it killed millions of people. Oh, it did. Oh, Polenizana. You actually can't relate to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
During where we used to live, a lot of people, and now unfortunately I don't know how true this is, but ulikuwa unasikia tu fulani amekufa ukimwi, fulani amekufa ukimwi, fulani amekufa ukimwi. Then in the media industry, because in the media industry, especially when there was only one media house, everyone who worked in that media house, and especially on-air personnel, those guys were celebrities, and a lot of them died in the 90s and in the early 2000s. Actually, let's say in the 90s, and you would hear fulani walina na ukimwi, fulani walikufa na ukimwi, because of their celebrity status. They were very promiscuous, and because they could literally get anyone they wanted at that time. They were the only celebs. And then now ongeza wanamuziki, you know, the bands that were there at the time, they were also like the space of celebrity was very small. See, kama siku hizi we have engineers who are celebrities, we have doctors who are celebrities.
Everybody's a celeb.
Yeah. Nowadays, as long as you have a TikTok account, wewe ni celeb, because you have millions of followers, and sometimes within a very short period of time, people know you. So you can't even walk in the streets of Nairobi. You can dance kidogo, celebrity. So at that time, the space of celebs was literally someone who's in media or in music. Yes, huo ndo alikuanga celeb, and because of that, these individuals took advantage of that celebrity status. Watu walikuwa wanawapenda sana, and unfortunately some of them ended up being promiscuous. So ulikuwa unasikia a certain celeb amekufa ukimwi, and especially because they used to say after a short illness. They didn't say what the illness was. They didn't. So it was so we grew up knowing ukimwi.
After a short illness, bravely born. That was the full statement.
Na ukipatana na mtu kama Mbuvi, uliacha alikuanga
kibonge,
then kidogo by the time unasikia alikuwa ameenda alikuanga mnajua tu
huyo,
hata kama alikufa na kitu kingine, he could have been killed by diabetes, cancer.
By the way, literally every disease that you know, if it has ravaged your body, you will reduce it. Yeah, believe me. Because one, some of it, the will and the appetite to eat inaenda. Just take malaria. you get a serious bout of malaria, you will lose weight like a nonsense.
Oh, I had a friend who got a serious sore throat. He lost weight because, number one, he reduced the amount of food he would eat and then the frequency of the food.
Yes.
So, Kakonda, had it been in the 90s and God forbid aende, tungesema hiyo ni nini?
No, you are not allowed to be thin. You are not. Ilikuwa hairuhusiwi.
Actually, you're right. Your parents wangekuwa na umekonda. What is the problem?
Unaulizwa tena in whispers. The questions were never loud.
Yeah. Umepimwa. Squeezy, people prefer having, people who are very, lean in terms of their body structure. But that time, ukipata mtu amekonda, unajua huyu
shida.
You'd rather have someone who's Yokozuna.
When ARVs now became mainstay and people could regain health, and even people who had been emaciated because they were losing body mass and things like that. I remember somebody I knew once told me, "You people, one of this work you do, unatukosea." I said, "What do you mean tunatukosea?" Before we knew who was HIV positive, now we can't know.
Yeah.
I said, "So you haven't explained how we considering you." Said, "And these drugs you give people, these women are even looking, some of them are even looking better than they looked before."
Yeah.
I said, "What?"
Because you've actually worked in this research area of HIV.
Oh, I did for 17 and a half years.
So is it the drugs that make people blow up in size, or is the good health?
No. The virus destroys your immune system.
Yes.
The antiretrovirals stop that path, the ravaging part that they have started. So your body is now able to do what it does best with the food that you eat. And sometimes you'll be put on food by prescription, a concoction of all manner of things that gives you energy, builds you up, so you actually become healthy. All right? Now remember, when you're given ARVs,
yes,
part of what you also do, you also treat opportunistic diseases. So you will get antibiotics. So essentially, you have been put on a program that is dealing with anything that may actually cause you illness.
Yes.
So of course you'll be healthy.
Utashiba vizuri.
Yes, you'll be healthy. It's just that because your body is healthier.
So it's not the drugs that actually fatten you.
No. Whatever was slowly but very surely emaciating you and killing you has been brought to a halt. That's why you are now able to thrive. That's the whole point.
Okay.
Yes, it's not as though the antiretrovirals are fattening. There's nothing fattening about them. No. They dealt with the virus. And the virus was complicated.
Yeah.
So some if the process, some of them blocked it, some of them encircled them, some of them diverted. That's why you had a combination.
Yes.
The combination therapy was because you needed to combine forces to be able to deal with this one virus.
Yeah. And I like also what now, the conversation we had here with Elizabeth Mutunga. She was talking about this whole situation of the connection between COVID-19 vaccination and a myriad of other problems, that not just cancer alone. Kuna watu wengi wanasema mara they have again lost memory, so dementia. We are having this situation of cancer. Mara diabetes. But one bizarre one I have heard is people not being able to procreate, which I am not sure whether.
That one I don't know. One of the things that will follow, anything as devastating as COVID was or as HIV, alongside it will be the truth, and then there'll be the truth that people perceive to assume with no evidence. So it's not really truth. It's just perspectives that are being purveyed and being presented as truths.
They usually say there is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I don't know what we're getting right now, whether it's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Anything that scares people gets them into a bit of a spin. So when they're in that spin, they will voice opinions, they will give comments. And the thing about these lovely people with whom we share the citizenry of Kenya is that when somebody has a thought, they'll present it as a truth, and that is just their thought.
Yeah.
Yes. And then when you put that thought on social media, other people pick it up if it rhymes with them, and they present it as the truth. So within a short time, something was just a perspective that somebody had put across suddenly becomes something that it actually never was.
Yeah.
And you hear people talking about it as though it is the truth. And they're saying, "Aye." And when you ask, fine, perhaps you could direct me as to where it is. I can get something that will support it in the form of evidence.
Yeah.
The problem with you is you always ask questions. I said, I really just want to believe you, but the believability factor, it has to be supported by something that...
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So perhaps...
Yeah, we'll get... Anyway, as far as COVID-19 is concerned, one thing I know that needs to be done ni kutahitajika more research. And unfortunately for such a disease such as COVID and the short period of time that it infected the world, and then the short period of time that the vaccine was invented and then dispensed, we'll need a longer period of time to be able to ascertain that indeed, yes, some of the problems that probably came up with this COVID-19 will include infertility, will include cancer, will include diabetes and any other complication that might have arisen or arisen rather from the vaccine itself.
But remember the thing that you, given what it is that you studied, one of the discussions around COVID was a desired state where herd immunity had been acquired. All right, the disease stays around long enough, the human body gets to figure out what to do with it. So the coping mechanism that the body can conjure up is conjured up. So it's not that COVID went anywhere. No. It's just that the body has understood it.
Yeah. Chances are, actually, since COVID-19, you've been infected several times.
And you probably wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
You have this cold, you have this cough, you have this...
It probably manifested as a cold.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or a cough which you couldn't understand, and then it went away.
Because your body had already created immunity against this.
It knows it now.
Yeah. It shall develop. Yeah, so you might have actually gotten COVID in the Spanish flu, for example, that cleared 8 million people in Italy.
Don't joke with that thing. Those fellas are unfortunate. COVID did a similar number
Italy
on them.
Spain,
Not 8 million. No. Believe me. COVID did a number on them as well. Not 8 million.
Yeah.
But the elderly in that nation died.
I remember in Italy, because I used to report that news when I was working for a TV station. And we would report, one of the top countries would report on was Italy.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
I watched several videos on YouTube of people just standing outside their homes because they can't stay in the house. It's stinking. There's a dead body there. They have been waiting for the coroner or the mortuary or the city coroner, let's call them the coroner, to come for this body, and they haven't come for it.
Because there are many other people that need to do that for us.
So unapata by the time nyinyi mnafikiwa in your estate, the other 10, 20 estates before you, they are still clearing that.
Hey.
So by the time mfikiwe, hata mnaambiwa, if you can, if you can, bring the body yourselves. Because if we say that we are coming there, it might take a while. Yeah. And I remember in places like India, where the populations are in the billion, they used to burn bodies, like literally a designated area within your community. Mnaambiwa sasa, for example, if it's in Syokimau, there's a field there that used to be a football field. Can we just use that one in the time being to burn these bodies as we wait? Because all you need to do is let the government come and confirm that indeed this individual has died. And then now you're given the permission to go and burn it. And that time was nilikuwa ninaangalia na uliza watu wana survive aje.
Let me tell you, the human capacity to survive is something that you should marvel at, because believe me, it always goes beyond your expectations or what it is that you have felt were the limitations. It always does. In the absence of that ability of human beings to do that, as a species we would have been extinct.
True. And there are things that make me happy to have been an African or someone who's dark-skinned, because Africans, we really survived these pandemics.
Oh yes,
we have survived. Si kubaya, hata hizo tunasema Spanish flu, si ati hazi kufika huku, lakini tulisurvive. You remember swine flu?
Yes.
Tulisurvive.
Yes.
Avian flu.
Bird flu.
Bird flu, yes, tulisurvive.
Yes.
COVID-19.
Tulisurvive.
HIV and AIDS. And there are rumors, I don't know how true this is, and conspiracies, of course, that HIV was specifically designed for the black population.
Bro, you know,
we have survived.
You know, stories abound. Paul, I will now leave you.
No problem, City.
So we'll talk.
Tutaongea?
Yes.
Salimiana uko unakoenda?
Yes.
Yeah, so see you later.
You take care.
Meanwhile, let me take the audience through this thing called the newspaper, because we hadn't finished going through this particular part of the conversation. There's this story on page 8 of The Star talking about NCIC probing former DP Gachagua and 4 governors and 10 members of parliament over hate speech. What is this all about? Well, let's see. On page 8, this is what they are saying. NCIC probes Rigathi 4 governors and 10 MPs over hate speech. Now, some suspects failed to appear before commission for interrogation, and they are saying that former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, 4 governors and 10 members of parliament are among the bigwigs facing investigations over hate speech and incitement. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, disclosed the investigations are at various stages of the investigation. This is even as the commission, which has been regarded as toothless, lamented about the refusal by some of the suspects, including Gachagua, to appear before it for interrogation. I remember we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago here with Dr. Makori, who works at NCIC. I don't know if their term has ended, but I know it was ending this particular month. And one of the things that came out clearly is the fact that they do not have enough funding to run their businesses, or rather to run their core mandate. I am currently hosting a podcast. It's an intergenerational podcast, and it's sponsored by NCIC, the United Nations Development Program, and the Korea International Cooperation Agency. And the reason UNDP and KOICA are in this particular space is because they are part of the sponsorship, and they are collaborating with NCIC on several of their projects. And it is because NCIC hasn't gotten enough funds to run their mandate. Dr. Makori, when he was here a couple of days ago, that is one of the issues that we were discussing, and we asked him if they have enough funds to run their mandate, and he said it's just not enough. We're looking at the situation in this country where lots and lots of money is being lost. Let's even take, for example, the money that we are supposed to pay a UK firm for the drugs that were never delivered because for some strange reason, one or another, we were unable to have those drugs delivered here. So they expired abroad and then they had to be destroyed. It makes me wonder where our priorities are as a country, where our priorities are as far as spending is concerned. Because if we had people and institutions that actually cared about where our money is going to and what we are spending on, perhaps we shouldn't be having situations whereby we buy drugs, we order for drugs, but we just don't get them to our place. What happened? Where was the disconnect? Was it the Ministry of Health, for example? Was it the communication between us and that particular firm in the UK that never delivered those particular drugs? Was it the manufacturer who was manufacturing these drugs that wasn't able to get them to us? You know, a lot of questions that we ask, and we ask ourselves, the people in the ministry, the people in government, the people that we have trusted with this particular mandate, what is it that they do or they do not do to ensure that we do get these particular services and products that we have paid for? And this issue of drugs, by the way, has been a problem for a very long time, but we shall get to that in a minute. What I wanted to point out is NCIC. NCIC is currently facing a problem. They are changing a change of guard, of course. How that will pan out, who is going to be mandated to continue with their work, we are yet to see. And whether indeed they shall be given the funding, because guess what? It doesn't matter who we give that position. If they're not empowered to perform, trust me, they will not deliver. You can put whoever you want to put there. You can put a reverend. Currently, it is Reverend Kobia, who is in charge of NCIC as the chairman. You can put Reverend Kobia there. You can even put a professor there. But if you do not empower them and you do not give them the tools of trade, you might as well just withdraw it, because there's absolutely nothing they're going to do. And what saddens me is the fact that these people receive a salary every single month from your taxes and my taxes. Yeah, every single time you go out and buy milk, someone is being paid because of your purchase. Every single time you fuel your car, every single time you receive your salary and you're deducted all these monies, it is because they actually go and pay these folks. So if we do not empower them and we do not give them the money that we said we're going to give them, then what exactly are they going to do? we're in trouble as far as that is concerned. World Bank defends integrity of Ruto's 5 billion pass for hustlers. Again, this is a story on page 8. This is as far as Nyota Fund is concerned, A story by Moses Ogada. The World Bank has defended the integrity of the Nyota project, a multi-billion shilling youth empowerment initiative being rolled out by the president, that is William Ruto. And the initiative, targeting 70 small-scale enterprises in each of the country's 1,450 wards, is designed to help the startups expand operations and increase stock. It offers cash boosts of up to 50,000 shillings for select businesses in all counties, and would see the government spend 5 billion shillings. I remember we had this conversation yesterday with one Robert Ochieng from Abojani Investments, and I was asking him, what can one person do with 50,000 shillings? And he said, the person that you're giving that 50,000 bob, does this person, have you empowered him in his mind and in his brain? And of course, have you equipped him with the right skills to ensure that when you give him this 50,000 Kenya shillings, he is going to deliver. He is going to actually make money out of this 50,000 shillings. He's going to be productive, basically. That is the question that he was asking. If today you walk into a bank or a SACCO and you tell them, I need 20 million, for example, they will ask you, how are you going to spend this money? And you have to tell them that I want to purchase a vehicle. And they'll ask you, okay, what is this vehicle for? Is it for personal use or is it for business? If it is for personal use, they'll ask you for the usual stuff. Or give us your pay slip. We want to understand how much money you make. Give us your employment contract. We want to know whether you're contracted to work for a day, a month, a year, 10 years, or you're permanent and pensionable. And the reason they do this is very simple, so that they can understand that the investment they're making in you, because trust me, it is an investment, because you're going to pay that money with some interest or some profit on top. And they have to confirm that, yes, hiyo pesa wakikupatia itarudi. But what are we doing with our monies when we are getting it from Gava? Are they vetting these individuals? Are they checking their ability to pay back? We're not saying that they should be very difficult in giving us that money and stringent and making sure that, you know what, patie shida ukipatio pesa. But when it comes to us getting that money and receiving that money, and are they ensuring that when they give Paul Mungala Mbuvi that money, Mungala Mbuvi is able to pay that money back? Because if we look at what happened with the Hustler Fund, I know people who took Hustler Fund and they said they're not paying. And they said they're not paying. And I'm asking myself, where has that money come from? Because that money has come from somewhere. It wasn't pulled out of a rat or a rabbit, for that matter. It wasn't pulled out of a hat. It came from somewhere. So are we ensuring that that money is going to be paid back, or are we just giving money to appease Kenyans and to appease voters? But at the end of the day, we've lost 5 billion. And guess who's going to pay for that 5 billion? Again, it's you and I. 70,000, is it 70,000? 70, how many people have they said? They're saying that they're going to give this to 70 small-scale enterprises, yeah? So 70 small-scale enterprises are going to get this money, but it is 50 million Kenyans rather who are going to pay this money back. And that, my friends, is where the problem is. People are going to enjoy money, and you and I are the ones who are going to suffer paying that money back. And in some of these instances, unfortunately, it's generations that will be paying back. If we look at the amount of money that has been stolen, through wastage and corruption, we're talking about trillions of Kenya shillings, because let's be honest, Kenya right now, our debt is at 12 trillion Kenya shillings. 12 trillion. You tell me how much time it's going to take to pay all that money back. Yeah? Because you and I will be long dead by the time that loan is being finished, or rather it's being paid back. And we're not even sure it will be paid completely. Yeah? All right? So that brings us to the end of that conversation. As far as our monies are concerned, our guest has arrived in studio. It is someone he's been here before. Sijui nimwite mkurugenzi, atatuambia kwa Kiswahili jina lake ama title yake ni gani. But karibu sana mheshimiwa. We're talking about the Chief Officer for Environment, Nairobi County, Geoffrey Mosiria. Geoffrey, is it mkurugenzi ama ni title gani kwa Kiswahili?
Inaweza kuwa afisa mkuu, inaweza kuwa katibu mkuu, lakini najulikana kama katibu Geoffrey Mosiria, katibu mkuu wa mazingira gatuzi la Nairobi. Hiyo ndio jina ambayo imejulikana na Nairobi mzima na Kenya mzima. Yeah.
Karibu sana. We are always glad to have a conversation with the county government as far as services are concerned. I want to ask you, in terms of ratings, where would you rate the county government since you guys took office in terms of delivery? Give us a percentage. Or on a scale of 1 to 10.
At least we are at 8. Yeah, we are doing better.
Yeah.
2, we shall get there in the remaining 2 years. Yes.
We shall get to 10 in another 2 years.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about garbage, because that is what we want to talk about today. Garbage menace and what it will take to clean up Nairobi.
Yes.
I've had conversations with different people, and I just want to ascertain from you, because I cannot rely on those specific sources. But it is said that there's a cartel that controls garbage collection in Nairobi County.
Personally, for the time I've served in this sector, I have not seen any cartel. I have not interacted with any cartel. Cartel is just a creation in people's minds. The thing is that we have young people who are trying to earn a living out of this garbage. That's why you find that they are controlling most of the holding areas, most of the transfer points, most of the illegal dumping sites, trying to earn out of it. Diverting garbage from the households instead of taking it to Dandora, to those dumping sites. Then once they have removed the recyclable, it's the work of now the government to transfer the remains to Dandora dump site. But again, we always say they are helping us, but again creating another problem, because once they remove the recyclable and once they get that waste from the households, they get paid. So those young people are not cartels.
Yeah.
It's only that is a group of young people trying to earn a living who are creating a problem which they can be guided, they can be educated, and that's why I've been moving around trying to engage them, trying to guide them. But when it comes to cartel, there's no cartel in this city.
All right. So these individuals that you're saying that they control some of this, you said collection
points.
Collection points, yeah.
All transfer points.
Yeah. Initially, or normally, who should be in charge of those points had it not been for these particular individuals? Who should be in charge?
Those transfer points, normally, they're just areas where the county government allows people to bring their garbage for transportation to the final disposal.
Okay.
So we are supposed to be in charge of those transfer points, and they are supposed to be, like every sub-county should have one. But now they have ended up creating many illegal dumping sites, which are becoming a menace to the people of Nairobi.
Right. In an ideal situation, assuming you even collaborate with these young folks, like you have said, of which I think would be a good idea if you were to collaborate with them.
Yeah.
In an ideal situation, how should garbage be handled when it is collected from my home to this particular collection point and then eventually to Dandora?
Ideally, you need to do waste segregation from source. You separate the organic, recyclable, metallic, and either glasses or bottles. You have to put different holding points. Let me say bags. Each has to have his own bag. Then you, from your house, you pay a private service provider. The same way you pay for water, you pay for garbage.
Okay.
Then once you pay for it, it's transported to the final disposal. The recyclable is now taken to the recycling plants. The organic, which you don't need, which animals don't feed on, is taken to the final disposal. That's how it's supposed to be. And for the county government, we are supposed to handle markets, main corridors, that's the roads.
Yeah.
But with the way now the young people are trying to earn are living out of this garbage around the waste, taking it from the household to illegal dumping sites. That's why you see Nairobi, even if we clean today, like in Gitanga Road, we can clear all the waste. But again, they pay people to dump there. They pay PSPs, they pay CBOs. Then they get paid, they get paid to allow people
to dump there.
And at the end of the day, even if we clean it today, tomorrow it will be full.
Why would they prefer to pour, like, for example, some Gitanga Road? Why would they prefer to do it at Gitanga Road? Yet there's already a designated site in Dandora.
Is people avoid, Kenyans want shortcuts.
Yeah.
Instead of taking that garbage to the final disposal, they want to use shortcuts.
Okay.
That can save them on fuel, that can save them on time. But they forget that this shortcut is creating more problems for the city people by creating many illegal dumping sites. Yeah.
Now, when garbage gets to Dandora, what happens after that? Where is it processed further, perhaps to a different destination?
When it gets to Dandora, we have waste pickers. They remove the recyclable
again
and organic they need for animal feeds, and the recyclable which is taken to some of the recycling plants where they sell. The remains is now that's where we have a designated dumping site. And the county government is working in doing a waste to energy plant that is going even to reduce even the organic now will have value. There was also plans to do even how do we call it, this plant that produces biogas, so that it doesn't go into waste.
Yeah,
it will be end to end. At least all the waste that is generated from households is now put into good use.
Yes,
wanasema taka ni mali, so it will have that value.
I saw this documentary sometime about how Sweden even imports trash.
Yes,
because they have literally taken care of the trash situation in their own country. So the wastage uko kwao at haitoshi to the point whereby they're importing it from places like Britain, the United Kingdom, to go and produce energy from that particular trash. This technology is already in existence. Why are we not doing it?
It's what we are doing. We had started the process of doing the waste to energy plant, and it's ongoing. Yeah, the process is ongoing.
And maybe even exporting to countries like Sweden, because I'm sure there's more than one country that
already in our country we have recycling plants. The problem we have is that the people of Nairobi, they have not seen the value of the waste. They don't see the importance of making sure that they stop the illegal dumping that is happening in all the estates. They just take garbage from their households. Some throw it along the road reserve. Even people on vehicles, someone will use a bottle, he just disposes it
outside their
windows into the stormwater drainage system. That's why when it rains, you have to experience floods in the city. Not that the drainage systems are not working, but because there's a lot of waste from the households, a lot of waste from the vehicles, which is dumped inappropriately. If people will be able to own this and say that this waste is my responsibility, then we won't be having a situation where we're having illegal dumping sites in the city, waste dumped along the road reserve. We'll have a clean city. Environment should be run like an hospital, whereby you don't just eat and throw waste there. If a hospital, the doctors will use the syringe,
just throw it.
They throw it down there. Needles, they throw it there. Those cleaning material, the mothers who have children, they remove the diapers, they throw it down there. What kind of city will we be having?
A dirty one.
Have a dirty one.
I want to understand about the penalties. Penalties of illegal dumping. What are some of them?
The penalties, it depends with the magistrates. It can range up to 2 million depending on the magnitude of the case. So it all depends with the magistrate, the court magistrate. But again, sometimes we try to help people to compliance. Because today you'll be arrested and maybe you're trying to run a sorting center or a recycling plant, but you don't follow the procedures. We try to guide them to compliance. We try to engage the people, because arresting is not a solution. This person will be arrested today. You will know that Once I'm arrested, my cash bail is 50,000, or the court fine is it can range between that range to maybe to 2 million. But what he knows, he'll get like 100,000,
and he'll pay that one.
He will continue because they make a lot of money out of this business. So
this is
when
a
we
lucrative business.
when we guide them to compliance, even as you have been seeing me going around engaging them, some of them putting on social media, it does not only it exposes them. They get to know that what they're doing is wrong, and sometimes their neighbors, friends will tell them what you are doing is not right. You know, this is a city where someone will build a house, divert the sewer to the stormwater drainage system, and this person is not that he doesn't know that he needs to connect it to the sewer system. He just wants a shortcut. But when you go, you educate this person. If he doesn't take action for the first time, you go a second time, the third time you arrest him, and sometimes you document and put on our social media. It ashames them. Others who are doing the same act, because Nairobi, at least each and every place there's pollution happening, will get to fear, will get to do the right thing. So we believe in guidance to compliance.
Yes. I've actually, and this is now in Machakos County, but I've seen places in Molongo where landlords at night will release sewage onto the road.
Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah. Is it happening also in Nairobi?
In Nairobi, it's happening to River Nairobi. Why is it the people here in River Kericho, they are suffering at night, they are calling? It's because of air pollution that is happening. People discharging seawater to the stormwater drainage systems. People, they don't care, and they wait when it rains is when they open, because they know nobody will come and follow it up. They know nobody will report, because when it rains, at least the pollution level, the air pollution will not be much. The bad smell from that waste will not be a lot. And sometimes they do it at night. The people of Nairobi are suffering. And sometimes I wonder, we can come to you as a landlord, we arrest you.
Yes.
And when I document, they put on social media, Kenyans will say that you are harassing someone, because they have lived in systems that are rotten to an extent that it has become part of their culture. It's the same way when you are taking action against someone who is doing illegal dumping repeatedly and he has been advised. So the thing is that if we want a clean environment, we have to really own our environment, be responsible, and be mindful of your neighbor. You find, like the other day I was driving along the Nana Road. I found a soldier who has been assigned to burn waste. Open burning is not allowed. In the middle of the Kilimani, all the buildings around there, the people are suffering because of the smoke. The pollution from that trash, it was so much. And while I was handling this case, on my phone I received like 2 text messages from the neighbors there who are complaining about pollution. One had an asthmatic child in the house. So there's a lot of pollution that is happening. There's a lot of dumping. Even in the city, we have installed litter bins, but still people are dumping. They don't care, they don't mind about their neighbors. All they mind about is themselves.
Do you think we'll ever have a culture change in this country? Because when you go to other countries like the US, but of course even those countries have got places where it's dirty, but majority you'll find clean streets. Places like the UK as well, Sweden, where we've mentioned, Switzerland, and so on and so forth. It's very difficult for you to find a piece of paper in the streets of Germany. You know, it's very difficult to find a piece of paper in Scotland and so on and so forth. Why is it that here bado hatujashika hii culture ya kushughulikia tu mazingira yetu?
The thing is that Kenyans and Nairobians, they don't care. We live in a society where people, they don't mind about their neighbors. They don't care about their actions. Here is a society whereby you will be robbed in the presence of 10 people. You don't care, they don't mind. In CBD, how many people have been robbed? Someone will be robbed in the presence of the, even askaris will just be watching. This is a society where we don't care. Everyone minds about his own business. But when it comes to a collective responsibility like environment, we just do as you wish. Someone will throw trash within CBD, and when arrested, you'll see that the officer is on the wrong, is on the right. So those other countries, they have grown in culture where children are taken through a process. They are educated, they are guided, they are told this is right, this is wrong. But in this Nairobi, in Kenya, people don't care. They don't mind about you. They don't, even if they see you dying from pollution from their companies, that's none of their business. What they mind about is how much they make. The same as the food we are exposed in town. I was just in CBD, where I was called by people who are selling outside one of the hotels. They told me, these people, there's something they are doing and there's a lot of pollution. Okas waliambia kitu inatoka hapo ndani ni kama imeoza backlane. When we walked into that establishment, we were shocked. Truly, there's a lot of pollution that was happening, and it was too much. You see? So this is a city where people, they don't mind about them. And you know, ni nyama imeoza, mtu anatengeneza hiyo imeoza, wanatengeneza motura nayo. Kwa sababu motura utasikia hiyo harufu itakuwa na pilipili na wamechanganya na damu na vitu zingine. Na kachumbari. So someone, you know, in Nairobi is where people only mind about the money in your pocket. How will they get that money out of your pocket even if they sold to you rotten food? Hata wakikuuzia kinyesi, kama kinyesi ingekuwa inapikwa ile na wanaweka hapo town ya chokora, na wale watu wenye wamelewa ama watu wenye hawataka kulipia choo za kanjo, wangekuwa wanakupikia hiyo kinyesi na wanakufanyia packaging, wanakupatia ukule, provided itatengeneza pesa. And ikiwa umbwa inagongwa town ama Nairobi, inaenda kutengeneza mtu in 2 minutes, hiyo umbwa imepotea kutoka kwa barabara. Kwani hiyo umbwa, kuna watu wameweka kwenda kuzika umbwa? Ni sisi ndio tunaweza angalia na mazingira tukitembea, wakati tunafagia tuchukue hiyo umbwa, tupeleke tu dispose. Lakini inagongwa tu hivi ama paka ina disappear. Hiyo ndio ile inatengenezwa motura. Kuna siku nimepata jamaa ameshikilia paka town. Nilikuwa in Sweet Family. Wakati tulimuuliza nini umebeba, jamaa alirusha chini akatoroka. Hiyo paka alikuwa anapeleka wapi na imekufa? Ilikuwa kutengeneza chakula. Inapelekwa inatengenezwa motura na hizo vitu zingine. So Nairobi, you are asking me why is it that a country's people are responsible and Kenya is not? It's because they only mind about their business. They don't mind about you.
How is it a country, our neighbor here, Kigali, Rwanda? I've never been there. And I've seen, of course, a few videos here and there. That place is clean. I actually have a friend who's working there.
What they told me is their leadership. When you do the right thing, area MCA, area MP will not say that these are my people. You know, I've been trying to sort most of the messes in the city. When I go out of my way, sometimes I sacrifice. Not to see one watu. I'm being abused that you are harassing people. But you are dumping. We have talked to these people. Please stop the illegal dumping. And when you go without being compromised, you do the right thing. You tell these people, why are you polluting the environment? Why are you dumping? And you talk to them. First you talk to them. Then you go ahead. You enforce and take action. These people will comply. And sometimes this social media, it helps because it exposes the rot in society. These people will fear doing this thing that they will be exposed and they'll be used as an example to educate others. So what is there is that Rwanda, the leadership impress the environment. They are never compromised. They are not saying that these are our votes, these are our people. When you go about saying that this is my voice, this is my people, you will never work. Then that's why especially the representative of the people, especially the MCAs, the MPs, there are people who sometimes go ahead saying that these are our people, but they forget that their people are doing the wrong thing. They have to do the right thing. And as a government, we have to do the right thing and protect each and every citizen. We can't be compromised by one person at the extent of many people. Like in Ngara, we had a patching plant. Someone has installed a patching plant handling cement, kokoto, you know, our Paras is the dust and everything next to a school. Children had moved out of that school because of asthma and other problems. The neighborhood, the people have moved out of those rental houses. I'm going there to take action. He's mobilizing goons to attack me and my team.
How did this person get the permits, licenses, and other requisite documents to start this?
Ideally, he had put that patching plan because they were doing a project there, which was to take like a year.
Okay.
And it was for that project. But when that project stalled, he commercialized the patching plan, now selling the material to those people who are constructing. I went there. I arrested him. The first time when he paid for cash bail, he found his way
out of the magistrate's court.
No, it was not taken to court because at that time, you know, I was new in the department.
Yes.
And even my officers now will tell me that, you know, everyone has interest. At that time, they convinced me that since it's the first offense, let's talk to him to comply.
Be lenient. Give him a warning.
Yeah. Then he did a commitment letter that he's going to stop and move. Then he continued. I went there, arrested him for the second time. Those people walked in the corridors carrying 2 million, trying to bribe me from one corner to another, looking for my officers. I told them, yes, I'm broke, but that money will bring more curses into my life than blessings. I have children. I have my own life. I have a career. If I take this dirty money, the Lord in heaven who gave me this opportunity will not forgive me.
Right.
So I told them, let them use that money to move the plant to a place which is industrial, away from residential.
Okay.
I refused completely. Finally, they moved. That's an achievement.
Okay.
I feel that is a great achievement. Secondly, we had people handling bones. They were making animal feeds from bones.
Yes.
Waste from the meat, fish, and all that.
So mifupa, basically.
Mifupa in Laksama. The entire estate, people were suffering. That's in Ruaraka.
I can imagine the stench.
In Ruaraka. They were suffering. And then this person expects me to go there and be compromised with 100,000. I'm not corrupt. Why should I take cheap money to compromise the lives of millions of Nairobians? I told him, no. It's not money I want. If I wanted this money, I would have taken it. Yes, I'm broke at the moment, but I don't need this money. I only need these people to be happy.
Okay.
And we managed to stop that pollution. I hope they're not coming back anytime soon. Because sometimes I feel touched when I see millions of Nairobians are suffering, and one person is benefiting out of it, polluting the environment. And these are cartels who will always find their way, bribe every person just to get their way. It's the same with noise pollution. Someone will want to compromise you. Someone will want to give you a few coins to allow him to continue disturbing people. But what do you benefit out of this corruption? Corruption will only kill you a generation. You see these people in the street, some of them are serving generational curse. Not everyone, but some. Because there's something their fathers did, it affected their children and children of their children. I don't want to bring curses to my children.
Okay.
I love my family. I love myself. I love the people around me. And
last but not least, on the issue, I saw sometime ukiambia watu pale karibu na Ngong Race Course, the carpenters who were there to move back. Did they move back?
Yes, they moved.
All right.
My work was not to close the business. It was just to make them comply. Because they have to give walkway for the pedestrians as they are doing their business. Also, they should stop dumping. They was just dumping in the middle of the road. And right now, there's compliance. They are happy. They at least say this person did not chase us away from our hustle. He only gave us an opportunity to do our business, but in a dignified way. He only guided us to do the right thing, and that's what I've been advocating for. Doing the right thing and being accountable and transparent. My documenting of what I do was not meant for maybe content as many people have referred it to. I'm not a content creator. I'm only using social media to communicate to many people, to educate them, to create awareness so that everyone understands that he has to do the right thing. What he has been doing is wrong, and it has really changed the society. That's why many people in this city know me. Many people in this country know me for doing what's right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Geoffrey, for coming through. Unfortunately, that's all the time we had as far as this conversation is concerned. But please, again, like you said, you want to educate the public and sensitize them.
Yes.
We invite you and the county government.
Yes.
Come over. Our microphones are yours. Let's talk about the businesses that is affecting Kenyans and Nairobians.
That's true.
All right.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go too far.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I'm Soki Brenda. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, has confirmed that President William Ruto will deliver the 13th State of the National Address tomorrow, Thursday, 28th November 2025. In a communication from the chair, Speaker Wetangula said he had received an official message from the President as required under Standing Order 42 Article 1, which obligates the Speaker to convey any presidential message delivered to his office.
Honorable members, our communication on the State of the Nation Address to Parliament by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.1 relating to messages from the President provides that the Speaker, and I quote, shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that I received a message from His Excellency the President conveying that he intends to deliver the 13th State of the Nation Address 2025 to Parliament pursuant to Article 132.1 of the Constitution on Thursday, 20th November 2025.
The court had on Tuesday that the killers of Wells Fargo HR Director Willis Ayeko withdrew 145 shillings from his account using his national ID. The testimony, part of the prosecution's case, focused on the M-Pesa transactions that took place shortly after Ayeko went missing in October 2024. Anthony Gitonga, an M-Pesa shop attendant, told the court that a man in a blue jacket and spectacles came to his shop on the morning of October 19, 2024, presenting an ID card bearing Ayeko's name. The man made 2 withdrawals, taking 45,000 from the first transaction and 30,000 shortly after.
Akaniambia kama anaweza withdraw kiwango ya 100,000. Kwanza ni withdraw kiasi ya 40,000.
Alikupatia kitambulisho chenye jina la nani?
Willis Ayeko.
Alitoa pesa ngapi?
45,000.
And the Makadara Law Court has allowed police to hold 6 individuals for 21 days as investigations continue into an attempted burglary reported at the South B police station on November 16, 2025. The group was arrested the same day in Jakim Estate, South B, after allegedly trying to force their way into a residence. Investigators say the homeowner was not present during the incident and the caretaker had left for a Sunday church service.
And the suspects, Your Honor, are persons of interest. I have received so many calls from other parts of the country, as far as from Mombasa, the DCI Mombasa, after they had seen the incident in the media, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have to carry out some data analysis on the suspects and also to gather more statements from other witnesses with their own, Your Honor, they come from Parklands and Kilimani too.
Tanzania is facing mounting challenges after violent protests erupted following the recent presidential elections. President Samia Suluhu Hassan has said, admitting that the unrest has damaged the country's image abroad. Speaking during the swearing-in of her new cabinet, she cautioned that the violence could slow the nation's development and affect international relations. Samia, who became president in 2021 following the death of John Magufuli, initially received praise for easing political restrictions.
Rasilimali zetu ni chache. Kama mnavyojua, mara nyingi tunategemea kupata kutoka nje. Mikopo kutoka kwa taasisi mbalimbali za kimataifa, mabenki ya kimataifa, lakini yaliyotokea nchini kwetu yametutia doa kidogo. Kwa hiyo huenda yakatupunguzia sifa ya kupata hiyo mikopo kwa urahisi kama tulivyopata muhula wa kwanza wa awamu hii. Muhula wa kwanza wa awamu hii tulikuwa tunapata sana kwa sifa zetu, kwa msimamo wetu, kwa kazi tunapofanya.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? It is the last hour on Radio Generation as far as the People's Breakfast is concerned. But like we say, this last hour is the most exciting one. Why? Because we're going to be having a very interesting conversation here around activism. And specifically, we want to talk to a gentleman who was in Uganda for 38 days. Kenyans didn't know where he was with his friend and buddy in the movement. We're talking about surviving 38 days of detention in a Ugandan cell and the fight for democracy. So as we wait for our guest in studio so that I can formally introduce him, I'll just go through some of your comments concerning some of the conversations we've had here. Where are we? Yeah, so my take is saying this question of what can someone do with 50K is now a tired song. There's so much that one can do with even 10,000, leave alone 50,000. And my take, I agree with you. I agree with you 150%. There are people who can actually do much more with 500 shillings than perhaps I would even do with 50,000 bob. It just depends on the strategy you have and the ideas you have as far as implementation of that investment is concerned. But we do have individuals in this country who have absolutely no idea what to do with even 1 million bob, perhaps because they've never held that kind of money before, or they've never thought or envisioned what that money would do for them. So you give someone 50,000 Kenya shillings and they have never had that money before, or they have never really thought what to do with that money, and they'll spend it and waste it. So it is very possible. I don't know if you've been in a situation whereby you've landed on a random 5,000 shillings that you were not expecting. You're not going to start thinking of how to pay rent with that money. You're not even going to think about how to buy your wife a brand new shoe with that money. The first thing you'll think of is probably sherehe. And I'm saying this because I've been there. There's a time niliokota some when I was in not primary, but in campus. I picked some 600 bob on the ground. And instead of thinking of something of manner to do with that money, the first thing I did, I walked into a restaurant, bought chips and kuku. And by the time I was done with that particular endeavor, I think I had like 56 shillings left. What am I saying? It all depends on planning. There are people, if you give 10,000 right now, they'll do a lot. 50,000, they'll do even bigger. But also, there are those who will give 50 Gs and disappear with it. And also, it depends whether you have been empowered to understand what to do with that money. And some of these responsibilities, believe it or not, I believe belong to the government. Yeah. Tunasemanga serikali saidia kwa kila kitu, but saa zingine I think it is only good and fair if the government takes time to educate its public on how to use the limited resources we have as far as money is concerned. So my take, I agree with you. People need to be people need, first of all, to sensitize themselves, teach themselves, but also I believe there's a level of government. There's a level where government rather can come in and help. Yeah. So Jimmy Munuthi anasema, hey City, I have eventually found you here. Nice to see you. Yeah, so City had to rush and attend to something. That's why he had to leave at 8:30. But don't worry, he shall be here tomorrow, bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m. Then there is MM saying, stop contracting garbage. Let the council use its staff to do so. Everything in the county is tendered and you 16,000 employees. Let me see if I understand this. Stop contracting garbage. Let the council use its staff to do so. Everything in the county is tendered and you 16,000 employees. Well, I don't know. I think the county doesn't have all the resources, but it can outsource. You know, sometimes you can be a good cook, but you cannot cook for 100 people. So what do? You call a few people to help you cook. You being one of the cooks, then what happens? You share the profits by paying them. So you call an outside catering company. They cook for your 1,000 visitors. You pay them a salary, and perhaps this 1,000 people that have come to see you, they will be paying you so that you can do what? Distribute that wealth amongst the people that helped you cook. So I think that is what the county governments all over the world do, because they cannot be everywhere. Even owning and maintaining these vehicles that we use for garbage collection is not easy. And you will need people to have their small companies, and by they look at it also from a point of empowering these particular individuals. So you can have a few people come, you give them the tenders like we're talking about, to work in the county government and work for the county government as tenderpreneurs, let me call them that. So they bring in their part of their business, and some of this, by the way, you could find that they have the capacity in terms of expertise and equipment to actually deliver more. Because if the county government were to buy this particular equipment, they will spend much more of our taxes. Yeah, so unapata saa zingine wewe tafuta mtu mwenye akoneo skill, tafuta mtu mwenye akoneo gari ama hizo magari na equipment, afanye kazi, mlipe kitu kidogo, pia apate kapesa na county government isaidike. So I'm looking at it from that perspective, because imagine if we had vehicles from the county government to take care of the garbage, where will they be parked? Who will drive them? Of course, we have to hire people to drive them. Can the county government afford to pay these drivers? And then number 2 or number 3, servicing these vehicles. It's not easy. It's not easy. Garage ziko wapi za kupeleka hizi magari zote na county government inaweza afford, because you'll find that some companies, some garbage collection companies have got their own parking, they have got their own drivers, of course, and they also have their own mechanics where they take their vehicles to be fixed. And because there are very many vehicles at the same time, you find that it's cheaper and easier to take care of this vehicle. So I'm just thinking out loud here. Perhaps, again, I'm not an expert. I'm just a citizen of this county. I am take and say my TGR county. This is trans. TGR ni gani? I'm sure I know it. Anyway, anasema county government should play its role in garbage, yes, but Nairobians should also style up. Mtu ako kwa gari anakula ndizi alafu anatupa maganda through the window. Yeah, that's a menace and a problem we are facing in this country, unfortunately. But like I said, it's a culture change, and we need to change our culture if indeed we are going to survive to see another century of clean breathing air. Last but not least, Marion Mbogo anauliza why the videos. I think Mheshimiwa here said the reason why he uses these videos, he wants to sensitize the public, and that's why I actually invited him to come to the studio and talk more about the things that he's doing in the streets of Nairobi and taking the videos. But our guest has arrived in studio. Allow us to talk about this conversation that I'm sure you guys have been thinking about: surviving 38 days of detention in a Ugandan cell and the fight for democracy. He's an activist, and he is a leader of the Free Kenya movement. I'm talking about none other than Nicholas Oyo. Nicholas, a very good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana. Tunafurahia sana kuwa hapa.
Right.
We are also happy because you guys fought for us. Media mulikuwa frontline. There's a lot of people who fought. If I started to mention everyone, itachukua show mzima.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's just get right into it. Why did you go to Uganda in the first place?
Yeah, we went to Uganda because, first of all, we had business interests, and Uganda and Kenya. We always thought that Kenya and Uganda are similar countries. We have the East African passport. So for us, it was like we are going to a place where it's just a sister country, na kuna issue. So while we were there, we found out that our sister group there, this is NUP. NUP has a similar ideology to us.
What is NUP in full?
NUP is a National Unity Platform.
All right.
And it's an opposition party in Kenya,
in Uganda.
Yeah, led by Bobby Wine. This is Robert Changulanyi. So we went there and we realized he's launching his manifesto. So for us being sisters, we are also the people who hold them to account.
Yes.
We are the people who would sit with them in a room like this and tell them, enyewe hiyo kufanya vizuri, this you did well, this is, you get the point. So we were there to just witness this launch of the manifesto,
right,
and see a few things there, and then we left that engagement. But then while we got out of that, then we found ourselves in this mess. Yeah.
So you went to Uganda. Number one, you're saying for business interest.
For business interest and other issues, we wanted to see a few things here and there.
Right.
But then as we crossed over,
yes,
we realized that where they are going to launch their manifesto is not very far from where we were. So we felt it's important that we go and give solidarity.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long was your initial stay supposed to be?
We would have done 5 to 7 days.
All right.
Yeah. But then, now you see what...
How many had you left? Because I know it was you. There was Bob Njagi, right?
Yeah.
Was there anyone else in your group?
There was a guy called Kofi. So when we came with him from Kenya, we crossed border and we got another person with us who was now guiding us around. And he was also somebody we wanted to also work with on the basis of there's some music thing he wanted to do.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's a person who's very much linked to Kenya. So it was like he was also receiving us as people who he has been in Kenya for a long time.
Did Robert, aka Bobby Wine, did he know that you were going to his rally?
Not really, because for us, even when we went there,
yes,
it was not something that we had really planned that this is how it's going to be.
Okay.
It was a matter of as we go there into Uganda, if we find that he's somewhere that we can meet, then okay. But if not, it's okay.
The president of Uganda, President Museveni, did say that the reason why the two of you were captured and perhaps kept incognito is because you are experts in rioting, in causing chaos. I don't know if you've had a chance to respond to that, but what did he mean by that? And are you an expert in riot and chaos?
I'm an expert in something called constitutional issues. I'm an expert in human rights defense. I'm an expert in questions of telling people to follow the rule of law. So if that is what he means, then okay, then he can give me my certificate then. If that's what he feels.
Right. So you went to this rally.
Yes.
Did you get to see the end of the rally? Were you arrested in the middle of the rally? Were you arrested before you got to the rally? Were you arrested as you left the rally heading towards? What happened?
We finished what we went to that rally and we found that he even had finished the launching. He was just at the end of it. So we went to another engagement with him because we wanted to see if we can have a discussion.
Right.
To know a few things that can also help us in this side. We're also pushing for independent candidates. I think we'll talk about that at some point.
Sure.
So when we left that rally, and we decided now to go back to Kampala and finish our businesses, then organize ourselves to come to Kenya. We were taken from a place called Starbucks, Mutuga station. I think it's a Starbucks Mutuga area, something called a place called Mutuga.
It's a petrol station, it's a hotel, what is it?
It's a petrol station that actually is owned by William Samuel Ruto.
And you know this how?
It is an information that is everywhere.
All right.
It is in public domain.
I'm asking because I didn't know, but now I know.
Yeah, you'll go and check.
Yeah. So you were fueling at Starbucks?
No, we are not fueling. What happened was when we started moving to Kampala from Jinja, we found that we had issues with our tires. So in fact, we stopped for a few hours trying to sort out that matter, and then we ended up getting to sort it out, and we moved towards now that station. We found ourselves in a situation where this station was the only place that we could park our vehicle, and so we could wait until morning so that we can sort ourselves. That was 30th. So on the 1st, as we came to sort ourselves out, that is when we were grabbed.
So you actually had a significant amount of time in Uganda as free people, free East African citizens, until the time where you got to Starbucks, and that is where you were picked up.
Yeah, exactly.
So who picked you up? Was it police, plainclothes police?
Military. This is military people. This is UPTF. This is something called Special Forces Command. In Kenya, you would put that as Presidential Guard.
Okay, Reke Squad.
Yes, you put that at that. Those are the people who had been holding us. They held us at a military place. The place that we were in is a military establishment.
Yes, so what I want to understand is, did they ambush you, for example, or did they approach you and they told you, hey, we are the police, depending on the title, so we are the police, and you would like you to come with us? Or was it how they do it here? How was it?
It was both of those, because they came first. I think they wanted to identify the people they are looking for.
Okay.
And when they came in fact, for me, I was standing a bit a distance from where my colleague was, Bob Njagi. So when I got into the place where, because we were looking for tires and somebody was bringing them, some of our comrades who were bringing for us tires. So I thought those were the people who were talking to Bob. So when I got there, that's when now they grabbed us and told us we are police now, and everything now started from there. Now it was now rough.
All right, so they got into their vehicle, right?
Yeah, the vehicle came. They came first,
Yes.
like 2 people, 3 people. I think so. And then the vehicle came, and now there were more of them.
This vehicle in Uganda that had tire issues, was it your vehicle from Kenya? Was it a vehicle you had in Uganda? Was it a friend?
It's a vehicle we came with from Kenya.
Okay.
And so what happened was, since we were doing those tires and everything and what we were there, we took some time in that place. And I think probably they must have been following us. We suspect highly that they had been given information.
Yes.
That this quote is it rioters or what? Coming from Kenya,
these experts in riots
going to your place, going to cause problems there.
Okay.
I don't know what they were told. Yeah.
All right. In your company, mlikuwa tu wewe, Bob Njagi, anyone else?
We were of course with a guy called Kofi. So when we were taken in, our vehicle was not locked. So Bob raised the issue that we have not locked the car. So somebody said, who has the key? And this guy we were with, called Kofi, said he had the key. So he left to go and lock the car.
All right.
But now what happened, somebody looked at the guy who was leading this. He looked at his phone and looked at me, and then looked at again the phone and looked at Bob, and then told that guy, let's go.
So
it's like they had
specific individuals.
Yes,
so
yes.
Kofi aliachwa
alibaki huko
na gari.
Yeah.
Gari iko hapa Kenya ama ilibaki Uganda?
Iko huko bado tuna sort vile itakuja. Okay. We hope now, since we know even the ambassadors and everybody help us.
Itafika.
Yeah.
Okay, wish you all the best as far as that is concerned. Now, you are taken, the vehicle that transported you, was it covered? Was it an open air kind of vehicle? And did you see exactly where you were being taken to?
Yes, we could still see, because they just grabbed us there. And you know what happened when we got into the vehicle? There was an altercation between me and one of that person, because I was trying
one of the cops.
Yeah, one of them started becoming rough, and others joined him because they thought I had another phone. Because I tried to find a way of throwing my phone out, because I know these issues, and phones are the first things they want. So immediately when we got in, with the experience that Bob had the other time, I thought me, I'm in a place I could throw my phone out. But then I realized that the window was in a place that I couldn't operate. So now, since I had mentioned that, I had tried to say something like phone kwa fundi, so that they get into some confusion. So then they now started accusing me of having another phone, which I've not given up. So there was a bit of some beating up of roughing me up a bit there. Because they thought that I'm hiding another phone.
Why did you want to discard your phone again? Because you're saying you know how these things work. Why did you want to discard the phone?
Because I felt that if the phone is outside, somebody can pick it up and tell people where we are, call somebody on that phone, because my phone had my contacts.
Okay.
So I thought that the only way I can do it and hope for the best, I throw it out of the window.
Then perhaps someone in Kenya will actually call and then follow up.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were taken to an undisclosed location.
Yeah, in a military training facility. It's a very, I tell you, those are not places you want to go, because we were put into handcuffs, and you could see even our marks on the handcuffs, and we stayed in handcuffs all this time.
For the 38 days?
We are here in handcuffs, and every day if you want to eat, you have to find a way of getting
Maneuvering.
that food to get into your
But your hands were at the front, not at the back.
Not at the back, at the front. Yeah, you'd sleep with that. If you want to go for a
Toilet
long
break.
call, that's the only time they'll get you out and remove one of the one side, so that you can sort yourself.
Yes,
there is a water thing there. It's a latrine. And then when now you're going to bath, and the bathing was something that is sporadic. It comes once in a while. So
you're not sure it can be today.
Yeah,
it can be 2 days from now.
The first time when there, I think we took 4 or 5 days before we got our first bath. So you can imagine that kind of a situation.
Were you together or in separate cells? Was it a room? Was it a field? What kind of situation was this?
It was a room, but we were separated.
Yeah,
it was initially, I think it was supposed to be a house, because there was a time they were even painting it, and some of those soldiers were telling us that those were their houses. This was supposed to be where they are supposed to sleep. So they used to sleep in tents out there.
Yes.
So they locked us in a place that had a grill that was not complete when we came in. It didn't even have windows. And there was a door that is a metallic door.
Yes.
And so after some time they painted that and they put windows as we were there.
Okay.
And even painted the room again. Another coat.
While you were there?
While we were there. They moved us to other rooms when they were doing these kinds of things. So it was actually a cell that was supposed to be a house, if I may think.
Okay.
But it is in a military facility.
In terms of feeding, how often would you be fed?
They give us porridge in the morning, and at some lunch they give us this is they call it posho. Here you'd call it ugali, but bring that ugali down a bit, one that is not fully
so it's semi-solid.
Yeah, something of that nature. And then with the beans, and that was our recipe all through, even in the evening.
Ugali, beans for the 38 days you were. So porridge, ugali and beans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but at least it was sufficient. Yeah,
it is okay. But now the problem was, you see, you are not used to that, so you end up getting. I had a lot of problems. I had
digestive
a lot of,
problems,
issues. Yeah, in my digestive issues. I ended up having to. Sometime I really did not even. I woke up in the morning at one point and had to use the toilet several times.
Okay, diarrhea.
That was when now we were in the safe house, because at safe house they transferred us to a safe house. In this safe house, at least there was the facilities were inside. The problem was now you can't see out anymore.
Okay.
In fact, at that time, they used to tell me that Bob is not in this place. He probably, we don't know, he might even have been executed.
This is now your guards telling you this?
Yes, they are telling me that, they are trying to
of course,
play games with you.
With your psychology.
Of course, we found ways of knowing if he's there. There was a time I told one of those guards, they begin to become friendly a bit.
After a while,
And then I told them that my name is Nicholas, so you're from Kenya. And he's like, oh, you are the one who knows Isabella. I'm like, I don't know Isabella, but okay, I think Bob knows Isabella. So I'm like, okay, you go and look on the other side and see if that other guy from Kenya knows Isabella. And after some time, he came back and told me, yes, he knows Isabella.
So that's how I knew Bob is alive and well. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the reason I'm asking this is because I wanted to get a first-hand account of exactly your situation there. At any one point, did you fear that you might never get back home to your family?
It was a fear right from the word go. The guns that those people were holding, the way they were looking, that place that when they took us, we didn't even talk going all the way. For us, it was like, this is very bad.
Yeah.
And for me, the fact that I saw that we did not have those, what do you call it, blindfolding for that time, almost told me that this is not good.
Yeah,
because you see, if somebody does
hides, that means they are willing to let you go.
No, if they hide, they're willing to let you, which means they may. There's a hope. But when now you are just going and at some point, of course they told us to bow down when we got there. I think it was a mistake for them. Finally, I'm looking at that way, but it really scared me because it looked like this one. They may not think that you are going back.
Did anyone ever interrogate you? Are we talking about, first of all, the officers who arrested you, any government officials, like official, like the way the ODPP here would come and say that these are the charges that you're facing? Were you told of any court dates? Were you allowed to have any kind of representation from an attorney, lawyer, whatever?
We were incognito since we got there. Our phones were taken. I've just gotten my phone. I'm trying to get back my number, my Safaricom number.
Right.
We were interrogated, but with people who were from that military place.
Yes.
And it was not some interrogation where you are being asked something about this is the charges. No. It's about them trying to draw from us something that they think we know that they need to have.
What are some of the questions, for instance?
They were asking us about what we are coming to do to Kampala, to Uganda. Are we bringing Gen Z issues? Where are we going to start those issues? Who is financing us? Who are we working with in this place? Who are our contacts here? That kind of stuff. So they were like trying to place us in a place where we are coming to bring a Gen Z issue in Uganda or something like that.
And for you, because I'm thinking, if it were me, I think at one point I'd just tell God, ukinitoa hapa, hii maneno ya activism nimeachana nayo kabisa. Mimi hata as a matter of fact, hata nikirudi Kenya, ninaenda nitafute kazi kwa mjengo. You know, I would be pleading with God to allow me, because I have a family. I have a wife and children.
And I do.
Yeah, exactly. And I would like to see these people until the day I grow old and die. For you, did you have a negotiation with God and tell him, ukinitoa hapa, mimi ati unaona siku nyingine nimesema ati OSG one time to never again. Did you find yourself in that situation?
I found myself in a negotiation, yes, but my negotiation was, God, if it wills that this is the end, I agree, it is okay. But if you let me out of this, you will be telling me that what we are doing is actually getting there.
Wow.
That is what I've realized. You see, we were taken on the 1st of October. We were released on the 7th of November. Those dates, we had some issue we were doing with pushing IBC.
Yes.
And if you look at that, you'll see that's a letter from IBC. We had done a petition to them on the 1st of September. You will look at it at the time.
Yeah.
And you will see that they were responding to some of the things that we were querying about, the issues of by-elections.
Yeah.
Because we are querying about independent candidates being given different sets of rules to be cleared. And those are things that I believe this is all about. This is the issue. You know, if you look at the Gen Z protests, there was something called partyless. This is a bite that is really scaring these people, I think. Because partyless is independent. And what partyless means is that if I go to parliament, you are not going to control me.
Yes.
Because you control me through the parties. That is what happened in the Finance Bill 2024.
Yes.
All those guys who are in parliament were controlled by the party and told this is how you are voting. And if you don't follow this, you are going against the party. So that is what scares these people, if you ask me. It has to do with those things of that partyless. And of course, the other issue, as we were talking about, is we have a referendum.
Yes.
Which is basically an issue that these are the issues we are pursuing in that referendum. So you will look at them at some point and you will see.
Yeah.
They are very people-centric issues. And for me, that is what I believe. They've realized that this is a group that is talking about things that can actually change this country for the best.
Yeah.
And for the end.
Right.
So those are the things I think the fight is about.
And I will get to these questions here. But before we move there, I remember there's an interview that you did, or rather some of the questions that were asked, and I saw through various media, you were saying that there was a collaboration between the Kenyan government and the Ugandan government to have you arrested in Uganda and detained in the way you were detained. What makes you say so?
If you look at the modus operandi, the way they do these things, they of course denied. In the case where my colleague Bob was arrested or was abducted the first time, they also did the same denials. I was the one who was now pushing his release, and I was the one in the center of that. And we went to court, and we had a habeas corpus, and they came and the IG did not turn up for like 6 times, going against the contempt, of course. In fact, he was even committed to 6 months in jail at that point. And then
wait, the IG, the
IG, Inspector General. This was acting IG. That was who was he? I remember the name.
Okay,
but you will get the name soon.
Yeah.
He didn't come for 6 of those sittings.
This is the IG in Kenya.
IG in Kenya.
Inspector General of Police.
When Bob had been abducted. So on the 7th time, when he was now coming to court, they were released that night. The night, 3 o'clock, and then he's in court the next day.
Yep.
Very clear. Look at even this, the way our issue was. It was like deny until when now it becomes palatable for them, then they release you.
Yep.
So it looks the same. If you look at the fact that after some 2 weeks, they looked like they were not interested in us anymore.
Yes.
So we were convinced that this was now not their, call it the fridge. It was not their fridge anymore. For us, it was a fridge of someone else. And these things I'm saying is what we believe was the issue. Because they wanted to make sure that they don't clear enough independent candidates. Right now, when we came out, we realized, and you see that we had a fight with IBC. IBC had cleared those people now, and we don't have independent candidates in some of those seats. And the number of independents has reduced because it is a threshold that is not easy to meet.
Okay.
We went to court in 2022 on that issue. We won the case. IBC went to court in Court of Appeal and put a stay of execution. That stay of execution is a bone of contention we've been having with them. So they're using that stay of execution to clear candidates. So those are the issues that we've been fighting with them.
Yep.
And I'm so convinced that somebody doesn't want people to see what the independent can do. You can imagine you're president, you have been elected, you have even stolen elections, and you've gone to parliament, and then you find independent candidates there. So now you don't have parliament.
Okay.
That's the situation.
All right. Let's get to talk about these letters that you have sent to the IBC. For example, this is one that the IBC responded to, yeah?
Yeah.
And it says here, this is a level playing field for all participants to an electoral contest is not a privilege. It's a political right for all Kenyans to have the options availed to them as equally as is constitutionally possible. So is this what you are asking IBC, or is it what now IBC is telling you?
This is a response to what that was our title. So they are responding,
to the title.
Yeah, because we told them that everybody must have a level playing field and Kenyans must have all the options. Kenyans are the people who are hiring the people, so they need to have everyone who is qualified so that they can hire the best.
All right.
And now the question here is the independent candidates. They are being cleared differently so that most all of them are not going to make it. I don't know if you followed the 2022 elections. You will realize there was no independent presidential candidate. If you looked at it, there were only 4 candidates. They were all party candidates. That is what you're saying. You block the independent candidates.
Yep.
The same election, 8 million people did not vote. I don't know if you realize this.
Yes, we are aware of that particular
8 million people who did not vote were actually winners of that election. In our view, the winner of that election was 7.1 million votes.
Okay.
The person who did not vote had 8 million.
Yes.
The person who was next had 6.9. So these are the questions that these guys are realizing that we have realized, and that is what the bone of contention is for us.
Yeah. Then there's this other one, the Free Kenya Popular Initiative support for a referendum to enact an amendment of the Constitution of Kenya to abolish all taxes on basic and essential commodities and to restructure the state so as to ensure respect for the voice of the people. Tell us about this initiative.
So this initiative started in 2018. You remember the VAT bill. We were the only people who were in parliament fighting against the VAT bill with a procession. And this procession, we had hoped that, and we had thought that we had convinced members of parliament. But you remember what happened in parliament? Somebody went and put a nay at the eyes of it when the nays were louder and all that kind of stuff. So we realized that these people are not working for Kenyans at that time. So that's when we started this engagement, and we said that if we are going for a referendum through the to Article 257, let it be a referendum that captures a lot of things that Kenyans need to deal with. So one of the things we are pushing is that question of taxation. You know the problem that we have had in taxation. Right from that VAT issue all the way to 2024, taxation was an issue. And taxation has been an issue throughout. So we want to make sure that you don't do taxes to certain basic and essential commodities. Food items like fuel, petrol, kerosene, diesel. These are items that are primary items. These primary items build industries. So if you put taxes on them, you find that cost of production becomes high.
Yeah.
People don't have money in their pockets. That's what we are pushing with that first issue. But the second issue is more great, is more big,
Okay.
Is a bigger thing, which talks about we are going to form something called the people's government.
Okay.
This people's government is going to have the question of creating public participation, which is going to be quantifiable. You take this issue from parliament, you take it to the wananchi themselves look at it, come back to you. If 70% of them reject it, it dies a natural death. So finance bill would have died a natural death through this system.
Okay.
So those are some of the things that these people, when they listen to us, they feel this is not a place they want to go.
The people's government. I thought the government we have right now is a people's government. For the people, by the people.
we are basically thinking of creating something that is going to allow us to get public participation done, to get things like you see the CDF. We want the people to be in charge of that, and it starts from the village all the way to the constituencies.
Okay.
So we are going to expand that maybe from 2.5 to maybe 6 or 5%, so that it goes and helps everybody. But the people are the ones who are going to be in charge of it through the people's government. The people's government are going to sit and meet MPs at certain times. So the MPs, when they come, they meet the people and they listen to their issues, take the report to parliament, table it in parliament, and any member of parliament who takes those issues works from the people's perspective. And that we call quantifiable representation.
Okay.
The other issue we are talking about is what we call changing the representation system in this country. So it is something that is really going to change the way things happen in this country. Even the commissions, we want to free them completely. Yeah. Those are the things there.
Yeah. And then in the next, the next part of this question is, once you've achieved, because you know what you're talking about is something that is very, number one, capital intensive. Let me call it capital. It requires a lot of money to be able to mobilize the kind of mobilization you're talking about. How do you hope to achieve this?
First of all, I hope you will allow me to put my pay bill out here, so that you know how we've been collecting money.
I can see there's a pay bill here.
Yes.
Is it the same one?
It's the same one.
Whose account number is low tax?
Low tax. Now, if you send us 663670, I'll repeat that. 663670. You can send 10 shillings. You can send 100 shillings. You can send 1,000. If you like it so much, you can send 10,000. If you like us very well, give us 1 million and we'll do some things. So what you're saying here is this, that we must get to a point that you own your leaders. Like your phone, for instance. If there's a problem with your phone, the screen is broken, you're not going to ask anybody to do for you your screen. You're going to do your screen. The credit you do, it's you who does it. So Kenyans must own their leaders and actually pay for those leaders. The little money that you put in place, if you say, for instance, that pay bill, you put, say, 100 every week, 663, and 1 million people put that. We are there. So this is what we are saying to Kenyans, that when they accuse us of getting money from foreigners, we've not been getting money from foreigners. People have been donating resources for us, and that's what has been pushing us. It's only that for me to get to everyone takes a lot of time.
Would you be knowing how much money you've collected ever since this pay bill number was set up?
I think we probably are ranging 100, 150 there.
1,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you see, sometimes we collect, we go to court. We have like about 4 cases right now going on this October. And that's what we are saying tells us the collusion.
We are now in November.
About 4 cases. The October.
You're talking about last October.
The last October. Okay, it's not this. That's last October.
Yeah.
We had about 4 cases coming up. We have a case called Petition E122 of 2022. Talks about how the police are supposed to provide security for demonstrations, and the question of Public Orders Act, the way it has been implemented.
Okay.
There's a petition that we had, petition there is a petition that started in 2022, and as I told you, they went to court, Court of Appeal. So we have a miscellaneous petition for that application, where we are saying that stay should be lifted. So we have like 4 petitions that we had been pushing that this October we lost time to participate in all those petitions. And for us, it tells us something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like somebody looked at the calendar and said, if these guys are somewhere we can take them, let's remove them. But it's okay.
Yeah.
It's alive. life that we have to deal with.
Yeah. So now going forward, because I'm sure this whole Uganda situation shook you up a bit, you and Bob. First of all, how is Bob?
Bob is, you can see he's not here now. He's still, this is the second time for him. He's still, he's really messed up a bit, but he's okay. He's trying to recover. I'm sure in the next few weeks he will be able to now come back and continue.
Yeah.
But we are not going to be bowed by this. We are unbowed because we feel somebody must do this. And when you see that there is what you call hurdles, that is when you realize you're getting somewhere.
And because the reason I'm asking this is because today morning we were just talking about mental health and the stress that comes with activism, and especially in a country like ours, Kenya, as opposed to what happens in the West. Activists in the West, them, they do their thing. At the end of the day, they go back home and hakuna mtu anawasumbua. But activism in this part of the world is a problem. And so I wanted to understand the state of your mental health. Did you seek counseling when you came back from Uganda, for example?
Yeah, if you look at some of our clips, immediately we came, we could not even talk to media. Me, I was so emotional and felt like I could not even address people in Kisumu when they first came. We've gone through some counseling thanks to the civil CSOs that we are working with, people like HRC, people like Amnesty International, people like Defenders Coalition. They've really been helping us in this, and we will continue to see what we can do with the mental issue.
Yeah.
But then the other issue is that you may need not to stop when you are almost there. Sometimes you may decide, I'm taking a pit stop, and that is when the other vehicles will pass.
You
lose the race.
Yeah.
So for us, it's like this is a moment that we must continue. We must fight. When we finish this episode, then we can sit down and say, okay, now let's relax on this. But we must really push for this.
Okay. And then also in regards to the burden that is on your families, and now that you're here, I'll ask you directly, because you told me that you have a wife and kids. How are you able to go back and tell your wife, you know what, no matter what, imagine narudi pale hivyo kuendelea na hii kazi?
It is just something that some of them know that somebody must do. I think it's a nature that I grew up with, that some of these things, I don't like to see things that are being done badly. And sometimes you will say, fanyeni hivi, and nobody will give you an answer. So it is you to come out and do it. I hope they understand. My son understands very well.
Yeah.
I believe even my parent, my mom, now they've realized that this is something that somebody must do.
Yeah.
I really hope that we can.
Your parents are okay with this?
My dad, it's my mom now.
Oh, sorry.
So
okay.
But it's okay. I'm still thinking that there was issues before, but now they are saying, okay, maybe we allow him to do some of these things because it looks like it's nature, and maybe I will never change. There's something you say that reaches a point you realize this is this person, and you will never change. Yeah.
So someone is asking here, this is Star Kenya and Oliza on YouTube, what would success look like to them, now to you? Can he paint us a picture for them to say, yeah, we have made it? How does that look? Paint us a picture of what your movement is all about and what they're hoping to achieve.
We will look at a parliament that has independent candidates, majoritarian, and counties that have independent candidates, majoritarian. Maybe a president and some governors who are independent candidates who now won those races. But also the questions that we've talked about, a changed constitution.
Yeah.
A constitution that now responds to the people of this republic. We keep saying that in Naivasha, when this constitution was agreed to or was done, there were no you and me.
Yes,
it was people who basically occupied seats and all that stuff, and these people did not really listen to the people. And those are the things we are saying, that now we are bringing the people into this constitution, because that's the part that we say when they said 20% was missing, is the people that had been missing in this constitution. We want to plant them there. So once we've done that, that's a picture.
Another question here, still by the same viewer. If by our very wild stroke of luck they got into State House, how would they transform the country?
First of all, we are going to have the people's government. Our executive president, and Bob Njagi, by the way, is running for president. I don't know if you've heard that.
Of the Republic of Kenya.
Yeah, as an independent candidate.
All right.
Other people may also run, but let's assume we are there. First issue of the executive order will be to ensure that the people's governments are formed across the country, so that these people's government are going to do what we've said. We've talked about quantifiable public participation. We've talked about supporting quantifiable representation, so that now the people are part of the state. And you know one thing that will happen, something called corruption. If the budgets have to come to the people, if the legislation, both county and national, have to come to the people, if all the policies come from the ministries, department and agencies, and this is the NTSAs, the NEMAs, if they have to come to the people, if every activity you do and 35% of that money being public spend must come to the people, tell me where corruption will hide. Those are the things we are talking about.
Yeah. And
once corruption is gone, then we can organize ourselves.
Do you think you can handle that monster? And I'm calling it a monster because people we thought were bigger monsters themselves in terms of power and influence were unable to take care of this or slay this dragon. We're talking about President Kibaki. And there's a reason I'm leaving out President Moi. But
I wouldn't ask.
President Kibaki.
Yes.
President Uhuru Kenyatta.
And
President William Ruto.
Yeah. This is the thing. They are doing it as individuals. We've said we are going to form the people's government to help us do this. Because if everybody is looking at their resources, nobody will run away with their resources.
Yeah.
But as long as it is you who is doing by yourself, you know what can happen. You may think that you have dealt with it, but somebody has found a way through your legs, maybe, or something. I don't know. But that's the kind of thing that we are thinking, we are envisaging. Yeah.
Because in this country, we are in a situation whereby corruption fights back.
Yeah, and that's why we need the people to come into this.
Yeah.
You know, once the people have been given a role, you see the problem in this country, you have a company, and the people who are now the board of that company does not exist.
Okay.
So the person who is the CEO becomes the board. That is what we are saying. We must put back the people where they belong, the board of the company.
Yes.
So that when the CEO is not doing what they're supposed to do, then the board will come and rain on them. That is what has been missing in this country, the people.
Would you go back to Uganda, Bob, today? Sorry, Nicholas.
If they invite me as officially, I would really want to study the political parties in Uganda. I've heard a bit of some things that they are very different from Kenyan political parties. They have ideological issues that Kenyans don't really have. So I would really want to study the political parties and the way they've structured those ones in Uganda. But as I'm saying, I'd really want to hear that State House is not going to give me a fridge.
Yeah.
Then I would go.
Yeah. Because again, like I said, I wouldn't after this ordeal. I wouldn't. And again, have you gotten a phobia perhaps of hey, sasa nikitoka Kenya nikienda Tanzania kutakuaje? Or if I just go to a place like Rwanda, even if I'm just going for a conference to meet my fellow freedom fighters in those countries, I might get in a situation like the one that was in Uganda and perhaps even worse.
Yeah, that phobia is there. And when I want to do anything, I'll have to consult some of our human rights groups and also get enough, knowledge to know that there's nothing that is going to happen so that before we start moving.
Yeah.
I don't think it is going to make sense that I just now walk as an individual. Even now, if I was to be seen in Busia, I know what will happen. There's going to be a lot of chaos on the other side.
Yeah.
So I have to understand that, and we'll see what we do. But we are saying that we are going to resolve issues first in Kenya here, and then we will now know that other areas will also look at us and maybe do their part.
Because you said your car is in Uganda right now. If you were to get a call and they tell you the person who owns the vehicle, you have to come for the vehicle yourself. Will yourself go to Uganda to pick that car?
Good thing is now we are even talking. You know, we were brought when we left the safe house. When we were being released, we came with the ambassador in a convoy. So we have a bit of some now say working relation with them. So they
with the embassy,
tell them to bring a car for us.
You'll just tell them, come and take my keys.
Bring it.
The car.
We will. Yeah.
It's interesting that you can laugh after having that particular ordeal, which I'm sure was crazy. We have about 2 minutes before we end the program, and I'll give you those 2 minutes to tell Kenyans something, and especially those who are probably like-minded and are also equally thinking of a different Kenya.
Yeah, I will tell them that first of all, we have by-elections. The Gen Zs who are out there, you said partyless. Now it is also the issue of independence is translated directly to partyless. Go out there and vote for independence. Women, we have you covered. We told you that we have a way that we are going to work to ensure that you get elected into offices, PWDs. Go out there and vote for independence. This by-election must be a by-election of the independence. Beyond that, I want to tell anybody out there who wants to support us again, 663-670, that's our pay bill number. You can go to our website, www.freekenya.co.ke, and we can maybe work from there.
Okay, and connect there.
Yeah.
All right. You said you made friends in Uganda. Are you in conversation with Robert Chagulanyi?
No, Chagulanyi, we've been in conversation, not now, not even starting now. We've met
way before.
So he's not somebody that we don't know. Even when we were released, we still had a engagement with him through the phone. This is a person, as I told you, is a sister organization.
Yes.
I'm the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement, and there's a lot of things that I would want to hear what they are doing and maybe to critique them to make sure they do better and better. We are also Pan-Africanist.
Yes.
We also have engagements with EFF in South Africa.
Julius Malema.
Yeah, and we are hoping to grow our engagements across Africa.
Now I understand why the red beret.
Yeah.
Sawa. Nicholas, pass our regards to Bob, Jagi, and the rest of the team. What I will tell you is Mongala Mbuvi, be careful. Be careful. We still need you. Nimesikia umesema Bob anasimama for president. Na wewe sijui utatafuta kiti gani, but whichever you decide, hata kama ni running mate wake, be careful going forward, and we definitely wish you all the best. For those of us who are not as brave as you, tunasema all the best.
You are very brave to what you did in this engagement.
Right.
Helped us when we were now in the fridge, and that helped. So we are going to look at what happens. Tutakuwa careful, but we hope that things will work out.
All right.
Thank you.
Sasa, we are praying for you definitely. Folks, we have come to the end of the show. Coming up next is the Retro Box team, led of course by Lady Mathai. They're going to be having a very interesting conversation and great music, great vibes. You definitely don't want to miss that. And after Lady Mathai, I'm sure she will definitely tell you that kuna jamaa anaitwa Brian Odor, who's going to be coming through also from 3 p.m. with an interesting collage of conversations and pranks. You definitely do not want to miss the Power Drive. And the wind down, they'll be checking in at exactly 7 all the way to 10 in the PM. You also want to engage with them. Good vibes definitely all throughout on the home of hard truths and bold insights. As for me, tunasema kwaheri, see you tomorrow bright and early, wakati City Muga atakuwa hapa pia. But until then, it's been real.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. Nairobi City County Chief Officer Geoffrey Mosiria has been moved from the environment docket in a fresh reshuffle affecting several senior officials. The reorganization announced by City Hall is part of a broader effort to realign county operations with the emerging administrative priorities and improve service delivery. The changes come just minutes after Mosiria appeared on Radio Generation this morning, where he discussed ongoing plans to streamline waste management across the city. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, has launched a tour conference to commemorate African Statistics Day. The theme is centered on utilizing data effectively for national economic planning. KNBS says the goal is to modernize the country's data infrastructure and integrate artificial intelligence into its economic forecasting models.
We want more granular data. Actually, statistics is more useful when it is broken down to a much lower level. And that much lower level, that's where you also want to meet Mama Mboga. You've done it up to the location level. You've done up to the sub-location level. You are getting to the village. You are now reaching the traders, getting to know where do we get this particular item that you are selling and where is it cheap and how do we get it from there to where you are so that you are able to stabilize the prices by getting it from the cheaper areas and reducing the cost of buying this particular item when it gets to the place where the trader is.
The work they are doing really complements what we are doing. In fact, everything that KNBS does, data collection, data analysis, and reporting.
The country's education sector could be headed for a fresh crisis when schools reopen in January 2026 after junior secondary school teachers threatened to halt learning unless they are placed on permanent and pensionable terms. More than 20,000 JSS intern teachers hired on a one-year contract in January say they will not return to class under the current terms. The teachers have also dismissed President William Ruto's directive that they be confirmed after 2 years of service, arguing that the delay is unfair and unsustainable. They further cite poor pay and difficult working conditions, warning that their frustrations are already affecting service delivery in schools across the country.
We want confirmation, and the confirmation should be now. It should not be delayed anymore. And we've sent a message in the whole Republic of Kenya, all the 20,000 intern teachers, there will be no science next year.
Sisi mkataba ambao tulipewa ulikuwa miezi 12 na hiyo ingine hatujui. We are saying this. We are not renewing the contract. We want to be confirmed into permanent and pensionable basis.
Kama wataajiri walimu wengine, we will have 40,000 interns, and we are not going to stand and await that. Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema walimu waajiriwe. They are the pioneers of STEM, and STEM is a strong backbone in our education system.
17,000. Mimi mahali naishi nyumba ambayo inaweza kumudu kuishi vizuri ni 7,000. 17,000 ukilipa 7 umebakia na 10. Mwezi mzima ni aje utaishi na 10,000 kweli?
Pale like pia North kuna shida mingi sana. Hakuna barabara mzuri. We walk in a bad roads. So na pia hakuna the basics needs. Kama maji pia tuna struggle sana mabona maji na maji ni ya chumvi juu iko kwa boreholes. Pia security si tight.
There is a difference between cheap labor and the intern program that we know.
And opposition leaders have intensified their criticism of President William Ruto's administration, accusing it of neglecting the concerns of ordinary Kenyans. Led by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, they claim the government has presided over rising cases of youth abductions, soaring living costs, corruption, and heavy taxation issues they say continue to burden struggling households. Speaking in Garissa while campaigning for DCP candidate Stanley Kenga, DCP Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala and DAPK's Eugene Wamalwa announced that the opposition will rally behind Kalonzo Musyoka in the 2027 general election. They urged Kenyans to unite behind what they termed a leadership that will restore accountability, protect civil liberties, and prioritize economic relief.
Ameonyesha uongozi dhaifu, hata heshima duniani amekosa. Akaodhoreshwa kama kiongozi ulimwengu mzima ambaye ana ufisadi nambari 1. Huyo ndio kiongozi wa jamii yetu ya Wakenya. Tunasema one time. Akaongeza ushuru hapa ambaye analipwa kamshahara yake, ama mama mboga yule alisema atamuinua, yeye sasa anagandamiza kina mama. Vijana boda boda wanagandamizwa. Vijana hawana kazi. Ikiwa ni kuajiri vijana waende kwa huduma kwa mfano ya polisi ambayo inaendelea. Mtashangaa hapa Magarini pengine 1, pengine 2 na wengine wanachukuliwa huko Ikulu direct.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The FKF President Hussein Mohamed has apologized to fans after Kenya's national side Harambee Stars suffered an embarrassing 8-0 defeat to Senegal in a friendly match played in Antalya, Turkey yesterday. From the first whistle, the Lions of Teranga dominated possession and created scoring chances almost at will, leaving Kenya struggling to keep pace at the Mardan Stadium. By halftime, Senegal had already scored 6 goals, effectively ending any hope of a competitive contest. Following the defeat, Mohamed openly admitted the team's performance was unacceptable. Spain clinched automatic qualification to the 2026 World Cup despite drawing 2-2 with Turkey in Seville. Luis de la Fuente's side finished the campaign top of Group E, having won and kept a clean sheet in 5 of their 6 qualifying matches. Second-placed Turkey needed a win by a 7-goal margin to deny Spain top spot, but the match ended 2-2. The result means only England will end the European World Cup qualifiers having not conceded a goal. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.